Good evening. Welcome to my Mind Over Your Matter, and welcome to my Mind Over Your Matter 2.0. My name is Rick, and welcome to the late night open talk hurricane Laura Cat 4 or Cat 5. And my heart feels like it's a Cat 5. This storm is crazy. It's a hypercane. I knew it was gonna do this. That's what I was saying earlier today. It was at 140. I was like, this storm is gonna continue to get very strong, and it looks very impressive. The dry air did not even affect the storm at all, at all. As we're looking at the screen right here, the dry air, it was infiltrating the storm, but the eye is so strong and so wrapped so tight that the dry air is not affecting. Actually, the storm is actually strengthening. This is a cat 5 hurricane. I don't believe it's a cat 4. To me it looks more and more as a cat 5 hurricane. It kind of reminds me of Hurricane Andrew. Like Andrew strengthened right before landfall. It was a cat 4, and all of a sudden it just hyped up at the end, and it became this cat 5. and we had winds over 165 with Hurricane Andrew and gusts over 200 easily. Um, Laura looks like she's gonna be doing the same thing in a little bit. I would not be surprised if she's a Cat 5 hurricane at 160 miles per hour. Her pressure keeps dropping. Right now, they're having breaking news: unsurvivable storm surge likely. So those in those areas, good luck. We'll send out our energy, our prayers out to those in those areas that are being affected. um, this hurricane, it's very impressive. The pressure is at 937 millibars, moving north northwest at 15 miles per hour. It kind of slowed up. It's moving more of a northerly track. The storm is since is moving a little bit faster. Well, not faster, but at a fast clip. That means the storm, as it reaches into the northern portions of Louisiana and portions of Texas, the storm is still going to continue to be a hurricane. Once it hits inland, the storm is so impressive. I mean, I'm looking at it on the television. I'm looking at it here on the screen. It's very, very scary to see a storm like this, and it's not surprising that it's happening in 2020. Let's go ahead and put out the link to the chat here. There we go. If you want to join the show, the link is in the it's in the chat. You could come on and talk for a bit, and that's cool with me. I'm just here chilling out late night. My mind over your matter. Oh man, body's a little achy. Always achy. I always have this achy feeling. Always got this achiness, pain. I know it's because of the rain coming, because my body feels the rain, and I know when rain is coming, and I just feel like rain is coming soon, like as far as like tomorrow. And it does look like it's going to be raining tomorrow here. We're supposed to get some storms coming through in the afternoon. So, yeah, that'll be something I got to deal with. But I'll get through therapy. Hopefully, the rain doesn't catch me. If it does, then I'll take an umbrella or something because I got to get to therapy. I can't miss therapy. So as we wait here, chill out, wait for Albie and those who wants to come through, and I'll just go ahead and play a little music for right now. Woo. Let's go ahead and put on this weather channel. Listen and to what's going on. The weather channel. Storm is still projected to become Cat 5. It just needs another 10 more miles per hour. It's not looking good for them out there. This pressure keeps dropping and the storm keeps getting stronger as it's heading towards the Louisiana coast, western Louisiana coast. And it's breaking news: major hurricane close to landfall. And this is this is gonna be interesting. You still see people outside and stuff, and people trying to secure their cars, and there's people that live in Lake Charles and they live in buildings, but all these people are gonna have no power. I hope they took in a shower. I hope they got their preparations because it's gonna be one crazy night in Lake Charles, Louisiana. Let's go ahead and bring in Albie to the show. Where's Albie? Albie disappeared. Holy goodness. I just saw him. I know he's here. Hey Albie, what's up?
What up?
What's going on, man?
I'm all right.
All right, man. It's here chilling. Hurricane night here in the United States of America. We're getting hit by a nice little Cat 4, Cat 5, possible Cat 5. Winds at 150 miles per hour. I believe it's at 160. The pressure is at 937 millibars. That's close to Cat 5 strength and Cat 5 pressure. Um,
Sure.
there's
Yeah,
people just hanging around outside and like it's nothing. Like people are just like out and about. Wait till the storm surge kicks in. The storm surge is going to go in at least 30 to 40 miles inland. And that's not good, ladies and gentlemen. It says breaking news: storm surge to push 40 miles inland. Floodwaters will not fully recede for several days after the storm. So this is gonna be like this is like good news for Trump. I feel like this is good news for Trump because it's hitting an area that's not really super populated, but it's enough that it's going to cause a lot of damage and people's lives are going to be flipped upside down, literally, and people are going to die. And the aftermath is going to be crazy. But this is something that he needed. This is like a alley oop, and he just needs to get the ball and just slam dunk it. He could put out so much help and he could go on tours and make sure that the people of Louisiana is taken care of and, you know, come with open arms. Like, this is something that Trump can really take advantage of. Like, this is a perfect opportunity. Like, hello, like, natural disaster. What's the first thing the president does? They declare the national. They declare a national emergency for the state that got impacted, and they send out the help. They send out FEMA. Oh Lord, FEMA. Oh man, I hope you guys don't get the crazy like mobile homes that has like crazy asbestos and crazy chemicals inside it. Oh, you guys didn't know about that? Oh, you gotta look into it. It was all about the Katrina mess. Um, yeah, the Katrina was such a mess, and I feel like Trump is gonna prove how how to like deal with a natural disaster like this hurricane, and he's gonna send out everybody. He's gonna send in the National Guards. He's gonna send in the military. He'll send out all the help he can send out to that area. He's gonna send everybody, like the whole brigade, and he's gonna come out as the knight in shining armor. I'm telling you, he's gonna come out like looking like super cool. And he needed this. He really did need this. I mean, it's just that like it's just a mess. Everything's just a mess, and 2020 is just getting more interesting by the day. It continues to get interesting. But yeah, Albie, what's interesting about you, man? What's going on?
well, I know that's going to be a Category 5 storm.
Poof, I said it earlier today. Well, I was saying I was nervous about it.
That's it's up to 145 right now.
Nah, it's 150 now. It's 150 as of
Okay,
9
it's up
p.m.
to.
It's 150 Cat 4 at 937 millibars. Moving north northwest at 15 miles
I
per hour.
bet you when it hits land, it's gonna be all. It's gonna be between 155 to 160.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be. It's definitely gonna be a. It has to be a Cat 5. The way it's looking,
Yeah,
it's a Cat 5 hurricane. Just by the energy, and you see all the red, like the storm breathed, and look how red. Like look at all the red in the frame, like in the video.
yeah,
It's like boom. It's like
yeah,
Sonic the Hedgehog. It's ready to destroy, and it's tight. So it's like it's
yeah,
a bowling ball. You see it? It looks like a perfect
yeah.
donut, perfect
Yeah.
cylindrical donut. Like the eye is in the middle of the storm. Remember I was saying earlier that the eye wasn't in the middle of the storm? Well, now it's in the middle and it's wrapped with this beautiful big eye wall. So we're gonna see like tonight. There's gonna be interesting footage online. There might be some live storm chasers out there. They're gonna be, doing their thing.
They
I'll
must
probably
be
check it
brave
out.
as hell.
Hmm?
Said they might be brave as hell storm chasers,
Oh
but
yeah, yeah.
that's a
Oh yeah. There's some kamikaze ones that go out there and they do go into these Cat 5, Cat 4 hurricanes. They go to hurricanes from all around the world. I wouldn't be surprised if people flew in from around the world just to participate in this hurricane.
yeah.
A lot of media, especially
Uh,
a lot of reporters, especially the Weather Channel. The Weather Channel. This is their moneymaker. This is when they get their ratings. This is when they make their money. Is with hurricanes like this. This is what they prepare for, and this is a Cat 4 becoming a Cat 5, and Jim Cantori is about to come on live in a few because the hurricane is about to. The strong parts of the hurricanes is about to come on, and so he usually comes out when the storm is starting to get going. And he's in Lake Charleston,
yeah,
so he's definitely like where the eye is going towards. And yeah, it's going to be a very interesting night, for portions of Louisiana and the eastern side of Louisiana. It's just going to be very crazy weather, and it's going to be, it's going to be a rough night. Might lose power. Just know that it's going to take some time for power to be restored. That's all. Be prepared for it.
yeah.
But that sucker looks like Sonic the Hedgehog. Like it looks so powerful. Like oof. Like it reminds me of Andrew. It just reminds me of Andrew. I just had an anniversary with Andrew, and this is like reminding me of Andrew.
Yeah.
Because Andrew strengthened right before it got into South Florida, it jumped to a Cat 5 hurricane
Wow.
right at landfall.
Wow.
And it didn't weaken, it kept going by. Strong Cat 5 all the way through, all the way across Florida.
Damn.
Florida, it didn't weaken the storm. The storm just kept going. But right now, the
Well,
state
I'm
of
gonna make me some dinner, Paul, in a minute.
Louisiana is
Hey,
in
Rick,
a
I'll be back.
tornado warning. Pretty much the whole state of Louisiana is under a tornado warning. There's just too many active like storms around Louisiana that's producing tornadoes at the moment. The radars are going crazy, picking up tornadoes. So they just put out a state of emergency for Louisiana. Has been put out a state of emergency. Uh, let's see. You guys are about to like the coastal areas is about to get. They're about to get their butt handed to them. Any moment, major hurricane closing in on the coast now. It's closing in, and it might be a Cat 5 at landfall. The storm is about I would say 55 miles away from shore. So the storm's moving at 15 miles per hour. So you're thinking about 3 more hours, 4 more hours, 3 hours more, and the storm will be making landfall. Overnight landfall hurricane are super scary because you don't know what's coming. Um, there's a lot of tornadoes that are happening within the storm. The good thing about the storm is that it did it kind of like gotten smaller, so it's kind of like it's not as big as it was earlier, so it's kind of like contracting inwards. And but it is strengthening. There's a lot of lightning around the eye wall, and usually that's a sign of a storm strengthening. And when there's lightning, this is okay, meteorology 101. Lightning is energy, lightning is power, lightning is strength. When you have a lot of lightning, that's a lot of juice, and it kind of like juices up the atmosphere more and make it more active. So the storm is getting stronger as it's making landfall. This is going to be a cat. It has to be a Cat 5 hurricane, like right before landfall. I think the 10 o'clock, um, it should make it a Cat 5 at least at 160 at landfall, and it's gonna be like tomorrow's gonna be interesting. We're gonna be watching the news, and you're gonna see homes like gone. There's gonna be no homes. There's just gonna be like you're only gonna see the sticks. You're not gonna see the homes. You're gonna see things just gone, like places destroyed. It's gonna be it's gonna be tough, you know. It's another impact to our economy, you know. Let's see how much this one's gonna cost, how many billions this one's gonna cost, because this is a strong system, and it's coming in with a big punch, and it's coming in pretty quick. So that means northern and central portions of Louisiana and northern portions of Louisiana, you guys are gonna have hurricane strength, cat like two, maybe Cat 3 strength, heading towards the mid Louisiana. So that's strong, and that's going to cause a lot of damage and a lot of problems in northern portions of you know what highway that's like Interstate 10, north of Interstate 10. That's like I-10. It's just going to be the Interstate 10. It's just above that, above Lake Charleston is going to be horrible. So I hope people inland, have taken like their preparations and gotten ready for this. This is really going to disrupt the refineries. They're already saying that the refineries are going to be shut down for about a week. It's going to take a few days to run inspections on all the platforms out in the Gulf of Mexico to make sure they are secured and sound. And as soon as that they're secure and sound, then they'll be able to go back to the platforms and continue to produce oil. But we are in a good state. We kind of got lucky on this one because yeah, prices are going to go up a little bit, but it's not going to be so drastic like if it was like non-corona and everybody was driving everywhere and gas prices were like four something, and then you got this hurricane blowing down, then the prices would have gone like to closer to like almost close to $5. Thank goodness we're not like that. We're dealing with this corona crap, and that lowered a lot of the fuel prices. And you know jet fuel is cheaper now because it's just producing so much fuel, and now that people are traveling, so it's like they got to keep flying because they gain the fuel pretty much free. They have too much fuel. It's like it's surprising that we're still paying so much money for fuel, for gas. I just feel like it's just a big ripoff, to be honest with you. Cameron, man, I feel bad for Cameron, Louisiana. I think they're the ones that are gonna be the Port Arthur, over in Dallas. I don't think they're gonna get some action, but it's not gonna be the same as in Louisiana. Louisiana's gonna get their butt kicked. They're gonna get their butt kicked. Woo! Their winds right now in Lake Charles is at 30 miles per hour right now, so they're at a like tropical storm close to tropical storm force winds, and they're not even near the center yet. The center's still about 3 hours away, about 3.5 hours away. But the storm is moving more of a northerly, like northerly, so that's gonna help out Dallas a lot. Dallas won't get so much of an impact, or that eastern side of Texas, like Galveston. Galveston really did not need this hurricane. Galveston's like, please, no, we don't need this. Push it to Louisiana. And sure enough, it went to Louisiana, which is great, but it's like it's great and it's not great. But the Weather Channel, they do have their whole crew out there, and they got like 15 reporters on the storm. Let's see. Hey Paula, I'm here eating a late dinner salad. Hi. Nice. You having salad? I had some salad earlier too. Actually, I want to drink some. Let me drink some Gatorade. I'm smoking my medicine, by the way. I'm always smoking my medicine. It's like Rick, you always smoking medicine. That's like, yeah. When I'm on here, I have to smoke. Drink some Gatorade. You gotta stay hydrated. But you enjoy that late dinner salad. I think that's a good meal to eat, like a late night snack or a late night meal. I think a salad is perfect, like a light salad. Why not, right? I think that's a good little meal, a little something to eat. I'm full. I'm good. I'm not even hungry. I got like every time I eat, I get like reflex. I'm having problems with reflex, and I keep having like it wants like I don't know. It's just a weird feeling, and then the whole night I'm dealing with it. So it's like it's not fun. It's not fun, but it's okay. We'll manage. We'll work through it. I'll work through it. Um, Smoking my medicine, so that always helps. And I drink a lot of liquids. I drink like Gatorade, a lot of water. I drink a lot of water. I always have water. I always have like at least 5 to 6 cases of water at a time here in my home all the time. Cause like I get them anytime I get the opportunity, and sometimes they put them on sale, like the cases of water. So I just buy like a whole bunch of cases. Like I'll end up, you know, 6 cases at a time. I'll buy 6 cases, and then I have people help me bring it inside the house. And sometimes I even go buy more. I fill up my home if I get a good deal on water. I fill up my home with bottles of water. Because that's something that I'm gonna drink. And my cats, they drink bottled water. I don't give them faucet water. I spoil my cats. My cats, they get bottled water. I give them bottled water. Is that a bad thing? I don't think it's a bad thing. I think that's a great thing that give my kitty kitties a bottle of Polish Spring. I do. I don't. I feel bad giving them faucet water because I don't know how like these falls like water. I don't trust water from the faucet. I don't even trust water in the bottle, but I rather trust the bottled water than the faucet water because like the faucet water is like I don't know how the pipes are. This is a colonial state. This state, where I live in Connecticut, this is a very old state. So these pipes in the water, they run through these like the water runs through these pipes. They're like you don't know what's in there or like how old those pipes are and what's going through those pipes. Like I don't know. I'm just very fishy. But storms are starting to impact um, the parishes of Cameron. They're starting to get impacted. They got tornado warnings right now. There's tornado warnings in Louisiana. Actually speaking, there's a bunch of tornadoes that are hitting right now Louisiana, coming into uh Pecan Island, North Island. Um this is uh this is coming from radar. Radar detected North Island, Grand Chair. This is going to North Island, a tornado. Radar indicated. It looks very strong too. It looks like a strong tornado coming through. Um, Tonight, the Turcon looks like it's going to be a 3 for tornadoes for pretty much the whole state of Louisiana. And the most extreme portions of Louisiana is going to be a 2 for tornadoes. So the whole state of Louisiana is under a tornado warning. And this goes all the way up to Little Rock and Greenville. And yeah, this is crazy. Even Memphis is in the tornado watch. They're under a tornado watch. Right now, Louisiana is under a tornado warning. Freaking Weather Channel. Waiting on the 10 o'clock. Did they bring out the 10 o'clock yet? No, they haven't. 10 o'clock. Let me see. Let me check my side real quick. See if we got an update. See if we get a 10 o'clock update. We have a 9 o'clock update on this system. It's still as of 9 o'clock. It's moving north northwest at 15, 937 millibars, maximum sustained winds 150. Um, this hurricane it's definitely mad. It's at 160. Like you could look at the eye, like you could see right through it.
Yeah.
Like this thing is like perfect. This is like a perfect storm. Like I'm gonna change the satellites on here real quick so we could take a look because we weren't getting these satellites earlier, so we could change the satellites now. Finally, our government money that we paid for is coming. It's working. Okay,
Oh yeah.
so let's go ahead and show you the different satellites here. This is the Dayland cloud. This one's gonna go dark because it's nighttime, so this feeds off of the daytime heating off the storm. So you can see the storm was like really juiced up, especially towards the end. Let's go ahead and get an air mass RGB, and this tells me the dry air and how the dry air is. And this system's so strong that it blocked out the dry air that was coming towards it. It pushed it out because it was coming. It was trying to penetrate to the storm, and the storm pushed out the dry air. It pushed it
Wow.
out. It pushed it out. Like it literally was coming, and it just like you see how it just pushed from the storm. You can see it right here.
Yeah.
See that band going that way? That's pushing the dry air away from the storm. Like get away. Like pushing away. Like you're not allowed to disrupt. And the storm is just juiced up.
That's
That's
going to
I
be a big
that's a
storm.
strong storm, man. Like they definitely gonna
Powerful.
upgrade this to 160. Easily 160.
Yeah.
Easy. Because they did the same thing with Andrew. Andrew, they came back and then they reclassified it because it was like a Cat 4. But then when they went through the videos and they went through everything and the wins and stuff, they upgraded it to Cat 5.
Damn.
Look at this. Ooh, look at that ball red. You see that? It looks like a donut. It looks like a fucking donut. Like that's a donut like you buy at Dunkin' Donuts. Like it just has red cream on all on the top of it, and it's black on the top. Like that's super strong, high cloud tops. This storm is super protected. This storm is very strong. Storm's gonna like people tomorrow. Like it's gonna be scary, to see the videos of what these people are going through. Let me see. Let me check something out. I want to see if there's any storm chasers on YouTube right now. There always the storm chasers that they go and let's see live storm chasers. Uh, this dude is chasing. Where is he at though? He has 800 people watching. Okay, doesn't say where he's at. Here's another chaser. There's a lot of storm chasers right now. Okay, there's a lot of feeds going on. Let me see something. Yeah, it's a lot of people into the storm. They're really into it. I'm just trying to find a. There's this one person I used to track, man, back in the days. I don't know if he does it anymore. Um, Mr. MBB is also doing it. He's doing a show. Everybody's doing a show on this hurricane because it's so unique. The storm is so crazy. Like it's so wild what's going on. Let's see the moisture content. The storm has, oh my god, look at all this energy, especially the north side of the eye. Woo! Ooh. This is gonna cause so much problems. Not only for Louisiana, but for other states also. This is not just gonna be a Louisiana problem. I love seeing this radar because it tells me a lot and how strong. Look how the freaking the left side of the storm all of a sudden got stronger than the right side. But this is gonna start wrapping around, so it's gonna start like pushing upwards. Right now, it's just really trying to protect the eye. You see, it's trying to protect the eye, and it's closed off now. This storm should be a Cat 5. Actually, right now, it should be a Category 5. Right now. So it's almost about to make landfall. Actually,
I bet you when it makes landfall, it's gonna be a 160 miles per hour cat.
it's gonna have to be at
Five,
160,
five.
man.
It's going to be.
People are already starting to lose power. Texas is already portions of eastern Texas is starting to lose power from the storm on the coast.
Yeah.
Um, Portions of Louisiana is starting to lose power also. Um, Dang, this is crazy. It's interesting. I'm just happy that it's not hitting Florida, because they were projecting this storm to hit Florida. You remember? And
Yeah.
I tell you, I tend to like want to push storms away from my family and not let it like impact my family. So I move it away, but then look where it goes. Always someone gets the downfall of it, but it's hitting an area where it's not heavily populated. So it's populated, but it's not super heavily populated because of Rita that passed by there in 2005.
Mm-hmm.
Hurricane Rita passed through there as a Cat 3 hurricane, and it
Damn.
did a lot of damage. A lot of damage. You don't think a Category 5 hurricane's not gonna do no damage? This is gonna like, woo! This is gonna
Man,
be
if
making
it
the
gets
news for a
bad,
while. The
oh
news is
yeah,
this is gonna be the headlines for a good while.
fuck yeah,
Well, that's a lot of energy. I'm sorry. Oof.
hell yeah.
Like that's strong. And I was looking at the dry air. You see how it pushed out the dry air. It was like get out of here, and the storm just like kept doing its thing, and the eye got better. Like woo!
Oh
Look how
yeah.
tight it got. It got, and that was the Cat 4, and look how tight it is right now. Get out of here. That's a Cat 5. Class book Cat 5. But right now, um, this is about to hit land actually a lot sooner than we're thinking. After actually looking at this image, I think the storm is gonna hit within 2 hours. This looks like it's gonna be a one in the morning storm, maybe close to like 12:30, making landfall.
Yeah,
It's getting really close to land, very close to land.
it is.
Mm. Yeah, people are crazy.
Right. People gonna really have it that time.
People are still in
After
the
this thing
streets.
was done.
That's the crazy shit. People are still in the streets, moving around, and they should be in shelter. They're not even supposed to be in the streets like this. And there's people in the
Yeah,
streets.
yeah. I'm just saying they should be in some fucking type of shelter because they should be feeling the effects as it approaches
Yeah, the bridge
their
is
area.
supposed to be shut down, and the bridges. There's two cars going over the bridge,
And that's fucked up because they're
and
gonna get what they deserve.
there's power outages that are starting to happen now.
Oh yeah.
Um,
And when that category FF tornado hit our area, man, it tore up some big tire shit. It knocks a tree down in the backyard and it knocked out power transformers and killed a couple people. And
mhm.
it was so terrible. If you were down here in Ohio, you would see the damage that tornado done. The steam was out and everything.
It looks like it's having a little bit of shear, but the storm is gonna impact as a high Cat 4. If this gets any like the strongest it'll be is probably like 155, and it's
Yeah,
just a little bit off of Cat 5. It must have touched Cat 5 at moments, but it's a very strong system,
yeah,
and yeah, it's a very strong storm. There's a lot of tornado warnings going out right now.
yeah. I know it's gonna be
Jefferson
tonight like this.
Davis, Cameron is getting a lot of tornado warnings, constant tornado warnings. Um, Lake Arthur, like this is Cameron parishes in Cameron. Man, they're getting hit now. This is happening now, baby. The storm is already the feeder bands is already hitting the coastline. Uh, I is about to about make landfall in about an hour and a half. It looks like the eye is going to be crossing into Louisiana. Let's try to like weaken the storm. Can we try to weaken it? Like we force our energy to help weaken the storm because this storm is really strong. I mean, it's fighting even shear because there's some shear in the storm, and this storm is fighting it off like nothing. That's how you know the storm is strong.
Yeah,
If the storm could fight shear, and it's like this storm's it's a strong sucker. He's strong, like she's strong.
yeah, it's going to be. That storm is going to really wreak havoc like Andrew did
Yeah,
to Florida. But damn, as long as we're in a safe place and we're not in those kind of storms, you know, we're all good.
let's see if we can let's see if we could show off. Let's stop that for a second here. Let's come over. Let's check out another radar. Check out another radar because Rick says so. That's me. So let's take a look at this. This is from Tropical Tidbits. Let's make it. Look how beautiful that storm. Look how strong it looks, though.
It's really fucking powerful, that black part.
Whites. You see the whites, like when it's black and then it's white. That's really,
Yeah,
really strong, strong area of the storm. And the northern portion of the storm, I'll tell you right now, Lake Charleston's gonna get their ass whooped tonight. There's gonna be a lot of places getting their ass whooped, and it's all right. It's like this is part of Mother Nature. She needs to do this. She's putting in oxygen into the ocean. She's cleaning up the ocean. She's cleaning it up. This is. Hey, listen. You decide to live next to the coast. That's on you. Stuff like this was gonna happen. System like this, they tend to happen in the Gulf and they come in. So right now it's play survival. It's trying to play survival and try to survive the night, and know that you're gonna lose. Louisiana's gonna lose a lot of power. They're gonna lose power, and they're gonna be out of power for a good amount of time. We're talking about maybe a few weeks, with no power. Because you remember this is a whole state. So if they're gonna bring in companies, and companies are gonna come from other states to help Louisiana. They're always gonna be there for them. Like that's what's cool about the other states, the 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 divided states that come together to be united for a little bit to help out another state when they're under uh, an emergency like this, natural disaster. That's one thing that's really good about the
yeah,
United States. We do help out, and we do try to pitch in and try to like be supportive and be there. We got to be there for one another. We gotta bring back that love card that Paula had pulled out earlier today. And use the love card against the storm and tell
yeah.
the storm to please, don't hurt so many people. And we know you're gonna do damage, but please try to like material stuff is okay. You could take that, but try not to take so many lives while you're at it.
I agree.
You know, material stuff that shit could be replaced. That's why there's insurance. That's why you put insurance in your shit. Because shit's gonna
Yeah,
happen like this, and if you have insurance and you document everything, you get it all back. You know, you get the money back, you get your items back, you get stuff back. So things are replaceable, but your life isn't.
yeah,
And tornadoes are going to be the problem tonight. And that's throughout the whole state of like Louisiana. It's the tornadoes that the system is pushing. And the storm, it's still strong because there's still a lot of lightning in the around the eye wall. And when there's a lot of lightning, I studied biology, I was always told if there's a lot of lightning within the eye wall, and that's a sign of the storm still intensifying. So the
yeah,
storm could still be intensifying. It could be reclassified later as a Cat 5, but right now they're just classifying as a high 4.
yeah,
But it can be reclassified later. Like after they do the data and after everything, they can reclassify it like later on to a higher level after they do the investigation. That's what they did with Hurricane
yeah,
Andrew. And then Andrew, became a Cat 5 hurricane because initially it was a Cat 4 for a long time. And then when they did the study and they did the whole thing and they did the investigation and they saw the damage and they once they put all the data together, it came back as a Cat 5 hurricane. So this storm will end up being the same.
mm-hmm,
But a Cat 5 hitting Louisiana, that's a Cat 4. Even a Cat 4 hitting Louisiana, that's kind of like rare. Because Katrina at least weakened before it made landfall. Rita weakened before it made landfall. This one is not weakening. This storm is freaking strong, and the cloud tops are super high, man. They're just the wall around the eye is just incredible, incredible. They're showing it at the Weather Channel. Um, I'm looking at the Weather Channel from my television. If y'all got the Weather Channel, then y'all can watch from y'all televisions. I don't broadcast the any shows and all that stuff. I just use radars like I'm using from Tropical Tidbits, and I use NOAA, and NOAA gives me like good like satellites and good images of the storm and good information. I'm waiting at the 10 o'clock 10 o'clock reading. I think they're gonna just keep it at 150, and it's getting very close to landfall.
yeah.
Like,
That's true.
yeah, this is about to make landfall in the next hour. The storm is just moving a little bit too quick. Because it's moving a little bit northwards. So right now, storm surge is happening. There's a lot of issues going on right now in Louisiana. The storm is about to make landfall. Um, I'm watching other networks here on my phone, and I'm watching other radars. This is being incredible right now. Let me see here.
Yeah,
Um, some people are calling it Cat 5.
I think it is a cat five. I know it's gonna be a cat five.
Now there's two more tornado warnings going off right now.
So bad. The weather can be. It's so bad. I hope these people are right. I don't think they're gonna recover like that until Trump comes in with FEMA and all the other people.
Yeah, this is happening now. The storms is happening. This actually is going to start going down now. Um, Impacts are already starting to happen. Um, people's lives are changing right now. You know, the energy
Yeah,
is their lives are being impacted right now, and I feel for them. That's what being an empath is, and that's what I am. It's I feel people's energy. I know people. I know energy. I feel it. I feel other people's energy. People worrying. People scared. People. Sometimes you need a kick it in their heads. And this storm looks like it's gonna be a depression, even coming to my area where I live. I'm like, no way. She's gonna come impact me, but she's gonna be weak by the time she gets to me. If we were getting a 150-mile-per-hour storm here in Connecticut, I'd be shitting bricks. I would freak out. I don't know what I would do. I don't think I'll be able to stay in this apartment if there's a Cat 4 hurricane coming to me here. Um, just because I wouldn't feel safe in this apartment. I just know I wouldn't feel safe, especially with my
right,
skylights. I wouldn't feel safe. Like,
right. Yeah, it's
this thing, it just looks like it's just moving very fast. This is a storm chaser. The storm chasers are funny.
yeah,
Dismantle it. Hey, Amber, how you doing? You know, this one I knew was gonna get like this. I warned people 2 weeks ago. I told right, Albert. I told
yeah.
people.
You did.
I warned them. I said there's gonna be a system that's gonna go into the Gulf of Mexico. And it's gonna cause problems, and it's gonna be a strong hurricane. And I kept telling them, and you know, that's all I could do is put the energy out there, to warn people because I knew the storm's gonna be this, and I know it's gonna be, reclassified as a Cat 5, but
Mhm.
this system is a very strong, very dangerous system. Um, this system, it's just this is like the finger, like I said, the finger of God.
Yeah,
Usually called tornadoes the finger of God. This is one giant finger of God. I think this is his thumb,
yeah.
and he's just, this is Mother Nature. She knows what she's doing. Obama wants to take her land back, and she wants to take area back for her. Why not? Tornadoes have the right, and hurricanes have the right to do what they do. But it's still in a path that it's not superly heavily populated. That's kind of a good thing because Hurricane Rita did pass by this area back in 2005 as a Cat 3 hurricane, and it did so much damage. It was crazy what Rita did to this area. And 15 years later, here we go. Cat 4, almost Cat 5 hurricane about to make landfall around the same area Rita did. And this is a very strong, high Cat 4, almost a Cat 5 hurricane.
Mm-hmm.
Woo! Woo!
Very
I
nice
can feel
and
the
fast.
energy in my head. It's just overwhelming.
Yeah,
This
it's
hurricane's
gonna
being
be.
manipulated. This hurricane's been manipulated since Cuba. When it reached Cuba, it was starting to be manipulated by Cuba. Me
Wow,
crazy. I dare y'all. I know this storm was manipulated by Cuba.
bad shit.
Hmm. But it's hitting to an area where, like I said, it's has had landfalls before, and um, Good thing is that a lot of structure is kind of newer, so it's kind of up to hurricane code. But it's still gonna, Mother Nature, Mama's gonna do what she's gonna do, and if she wants to she wants to throw her period at you, she's gonna throw her period at you. And I'm like, you're just gonna have to take it. It's gonna be a bloody mess, but you just take it. You be like, I'm sorry, because she's in control. We don't have
Yeah,
control. Mother Nature has control of us at all times.
sure she does.
If she wants to take you out, she'll hit you with a lightning bolt.
Sure, then that's the
Say,
scariest thing.
motherfucker, poop, goodbye. You be gone. And there's people that survive lightning strikes, and they come back and they like, holy
Yeah,
shit. They had like a surreal story about dying and coming back all the time.
that's sad. Someone goes through a near-death experience after a
Mhm.
storm.
These people are having just looking at other channels, just checking out on YouTube, going through other channels, checking out who's reporting what's going on, which is cool. I like that other people are doing stuff, and I could go into their channels and look at their radars and look at their reporting.
Yeah,
Yeah, expect northern Louisiana. Expect a Cat 2 to a Cat 1 hurricane. This evening, early morning. It may turn into a high tropical storm, Cat 1 hurricane going into Arkansas. In the morning, still going to be high tornadoes, high chances of tornadoes, heavy wind damage. There's going to be flooding. There's going to be like the shore. It's just this with the storm surge. It's just going to get out of hand. Jim Cantori is now live on the Weather Channel. He is at Lake Charles, Louisiana, and he is in the like where the center's supposed to go by. Um, Pretty much, it's going towards Lake Charles. It's like it's heading towards that area, and towards his east, there's a lot of tornado warnings that are popping out from this hurricane that's almost about to make landfall. It's about an hour away from making landfall. Yeah, it's about an hour. But yeah, if you guys want to join the show or you want to come on and talk, you want to send out that positive energy, send out that love card energy that Paula pulled out earlier today. That was pretty cool. That was a cool pull that Paula pulled out. I pulled out my cards, and I could do another reading for the storm. I could possibly do that. That would be a good thing because, like I said, I like to do my psychic stuff, and I like to do my tarot cards.
yeah,
So why not, right? But I like other psychics to be here with me. So if I could get some female energy on this show, that would be awesome. Calling my female psychics. I need you. I need my female psychics. Calling my female psychics. It's like I gotta do like that the Wonder Woman Sentinel, like a Batman Sentinel, but it's like Wonder Woman Sentinel for the girls. I need my Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman. Dun, 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 Wonder Woman. Remember the old shows? The old school Wonder Woman? That was the best. I know Paula remembers that. I know Amber, you remember that too. The old Wonder Woman. Come on now. I think it was
yeah, I remember.
With Linda Blair. I think that was her name. Like holy shit,
Uh,
that was the best. I used to love Wonder Woman. I used to watch it all the time. I think it was like the coolest like freaking show at all time. I think.
yeah,
Wonder Woman. Oh man, that's. I'm just checking out some other channels here. Freaking Wonder Woman. Let me see if I can send out. Hold on. Oh my goodness, that's not what I want. I'm trying to check out. Here we go. Pray for help. I try to send out energy. I knew the storm was gonna get strong. I'm like, I really knew the storm was gonna. Do you guys like Paula knew? Like I was telling her, I'm really concerned about the storm because it keeps getting stronger, and I'm feeling the energy. And like, and Paula's like, yeah, but you know, the it was just funny because like the way Paula was saying, and like I was like, no, the energy is very strong with the system because I could feel it. It's like, and she's like, yeah, you're very empathic. I was like, hell yeah, I'm very empathic. I'm like, holy shit, I'm like trying to warn people, more people to send that energy out to the universe. Like, holy shit, this storm's gonna be crazy. This is gonna be a crazy night, and it's we just hope that the storm takes what it needs to take with it. If it takes materialistic things, that's fine. Let it take the materialistic things. That's always replaceable. But your life isn't.
No, you're right.
Life is precious. You can't lose your life. You lose
Right.
your life, that's it. Game over. You're done, so. And this storm can do that. It's like it's oof, man. And I'm just looking at it, and I look at the radar, and you can just see how strong and beautiful. Like it's just like it looks beautiful because it's Mother Nature doing her thing, man. That's her. That's Mama, man. You can't you
Yeah.
can't you can't be mad at it. It's not like you can't be mad at it. Like it does. Like you can't. Just can't. You just gotta that just deal with it. That's all we could do is just deal with it. I just hope Cajun Queen, she's out there in Louisiana. I hope she's in good hands. I hope she's ready. I know she's not worried about it. I just am because of the tornadoes. That's I'm worried about for her because these tornadoes they just come up at anywhere, and it doesn't even need to be near the freaking storm, and it could cause issues and problems, and the storm is capable of taking a lot of lives. And the storm is really closing in to making landfall. Oh man, I love the original Wonder Woman for sure. Linda Carter, there you go. That's it. Linda Carter. She's such a. She played Wonder Woman. Yep, she was awesome. Oh my god, I remember when she just go into the the phone booth, and then she comes out and she was dressed up. I remember. Oh my god, it's coming back as a memory. Oh my god, like I remember my cousin. She dressed up as Wonder Woman for Halloween. I remember as a little kid. I was a little kid. I was like, how old was I? 4 years old. I was like 4 years old, and I remember the Halloween party. And my cousin, she looked like Wonder Woman. She dressed up like Wonder Woman. And I was like, "You look like Wonder Woman." She's like, "Oh, thank you." She was all happy, but she really looked like Wonder Woman. She had everything. Like she was like on point with her costume. And that was back in the days, back in the '80s. You know, she was older than me. Of course, I was my older cousin. I think she's like, how old is she now? She's probably in her 50s, 50 something. She's an older cousin. But yeah. Linda Blair plays Exorcist. Hey, because I'm thinking creepy shit. You know what I mean? Linda Blair. I remember her too. Oh my god, how did I get them both confused? That is funny. Yeah, it was Linda. It was just Linda Carter. Linda Blair. Oh my god. I love The Exorcist too. Such a good movie. I like it it's more of a like it's based on a true story. It's like it's real. It's exorcisms and exorcists and stuff like that. That's real. That's real stuff. That's heavy manipulation of the mind. It's like it's a show in itself. Just talking about exorcisms and the Catholic Church and about getting permission to have an exorcism done. It goes through a whole process to get clearance to do it. It's so like I said, it's a show on its own. That's a whole show. But yeah, the Weather Channel is really geared up and ready for the storm. Their reporters are all throughout Louisiana, and they're in northern Louisiana also. And yeah, it's an interesting sight. The storm's about an hour, almost an hour away from landfall. Um, let's see here. Emily Rose also is based on a true story. Yep, Emily Rose, good movie. I have that movie. I think I have that movie. Do I have that movie? Emily Rose. I don't know if I have that movie. Hmm. I'm probably thinking of Red Rose that I have. I don't think I have Emily Rose. You got me thinking because I have a lot of movies and I don't want to stand up and look because then I have to go and look real quick. I'm like check all my movies. I was like, oh, do I have that movie? But I think it's Red Rose or Rose Red. One of those movies. Good movies though, very good. But I think I seen Emily Rose. I like those type of movies. I like movies that are based on true stories. It makes it more interesting. It definitely makes it more interesting. Um, just here waiting for this landfall and this hurricane. Uh, I'll actually get off here when the storm makes landfall. I don't need to wake up so early in the morning. I did take my medicine before starting the show, so if the show runs to about 12, 12:30, latest 1 o'clock, then that's okay. Um, I have another joint here. I already smoked one joint. This is gonna be a two joint show, anyways. So it usually takes me some time to smoke this joint. And yeah, just checking out the cameras, checking out the other people reporting on the storm, and it's very interesting. It's an interesting night, and a lot of attention is going into what's happening right now with this storm, Laura, and she's a bad mama jamma. She is a bad mama jamma. True stories. That's the best movies when they're true stories. Like you can watch movies and some movies are like, because it's like it's fantasy and it's like it's okay because it's movies tend to give out messages and stuff, but then when it's based off a true story, then it's like, whoa, that's some good shit. And it's like, damn, I gotta listen to this. Yeah, it's based on a true story. Yeah, let me watch this. And it gets more interesting, especially when it's paranormal stuff. Oh man, I'm down with the like paranormal shows, and like when they go to house that are infested with paranormal activity and paranormal energy. Um, oh man, that right there just it's kind of like Disney World to me. When I feel the energy and I feel like something's touching my leg or like something like on my body, like it's just a weird, like I just really like that energy. It's just like the uncertainty. You go into it with a blank mind, but then you're going into a situation where activity has been known to happen and it constantly happens. And when you go do an investigation, it's kind of like, oh man, this is it plays with you. It plays with your emotions, it plays with your nerves, it does things to you. I've had things done to me, and like it's just like paranormal activity and energy from entities. Yes, very, very true and very real. You know, I've done an investigation myself, and like, shit, it's it gives me goosebumps sometimes just thinking about it. Mm, I'm just lit up my second joint right now.
Yeah, I always have me something to smoke.
Yeah, man. I'm sorry, man. I'll smoke this one for you.
Alright.
I'll send the energy of me smoking to everyone here watching with me. And we're here checking out Hurricane Rita. Um, Laura, actually, Rita. Where did I get Rita from? Rita went through here. That's the problem. Back in 2005, she did some damage, and Laura's now coming in here with a Cat 4, almost a Cat 5, about to destroy the same area again. And this place is about to go rocking and rolling, and any this is gonna get crazy. It's gonna get crazy. I'm surprised the bridges are not shut down. I'm really surprised that they didn't shut down the bridges and they didn't put like barriers on the bridges, like people
Yeah,
can't cross over.
right.
I'm so surprised. You know,
Dangerous, you know.
and there's a Cat 4, a wind could blow you off the damn bridge.
Mhm. Yeah.
I know you're trying to say ghost. Paula. She's like, I know she's trying to spell ghost. I'm psychic too, so I could put
It's
I put it together. His name was Richard. He was a Viking. He protected. Okay, he played jokes on us as well. Yeah, I used to see spirits too when I was little. I used to see like I used to see like kind of like fairies. It looked like fairies to me. When I was little, I used to see like fairies. But I was little. I was like almost like a baby, like 1 year old, like that. I used to see like things like fly at night. Let's see here. That's crazy. People are still driving around. It's just crazy how people are still driving around. Hey, thank
tripping.
you, bro. I knew you were trying to go with the ghost, but when you said ghost, I was like, oh my god, I know she didn't live no farm. That's like holy shit. She lived on a farm. She'll still be at the farm. I'm like, she had a goat like named Richard, and he was a Viking. Like, come on, a Viking goat, like goat. That would have been an awesome book, though. The Viking goat, but I know it was a ghost. I used to see ghosts all the time. I had stories I told you guys before about my ghost experience and my experiences with the paranormal.
Mm.
I've had a lot of experiences with the paranormal. A lot. A lot. Let's see here. I'm still looking at the Weather
Yeah.
Channel. Pressure has came up a little bit on the storm. So the storm is averaging right now at 150. Storm's about to make landfall any about an hour from now. It's at 150 and it went up to 39 actually 939 millibars. It was at 397 earlier, so it went up 2 millibars. So the pressure is stabilizing. Means it's probably maxed out at a high cat 4, and it's about to make landfall.
Yeah, it's a bad super storm.
It's a bad mamma jamma. Let me see something. It's like cameras are going down in the areas. Let me see something. I'm trying to see if I have another way of seeing the storm. I just want to see the got the weather channel on here, but that's not what I want. I want let's see if there's any feed. Let me see. Okay, this doesn't do nothing. Let's see, they have cameras. Mm, trying to see if there's any cameras. Cameras are going crazy out there. Mm. They're expecting storm surge up to 20 feet. You know, it's 20 feet.
Yeah.
like, like 20 feet, that's a lot. 20 feet, that's,
Yeah, that's great.
yeah, that's crazy.
That's pretty bad shit.
Trying to see. Oh man, I don't know what's going on in Fort Hood. To be honest with you, it's like a body found hanging from a tree was from missing Fort Hood soldier.
Damn.
Fort Hood officials confirmed late Wednesday afternoon that a body found hanging from a tree in a wooded area near a popular local park was that of missing soldier. Oh man, that's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous, ridiculous, ridiculous. I wonder what made him do that. I know what it was. I could hear him.
Hmm.
He was just really like he was really picked on a lot. Got picked on a lot. Um, he wasn't comfortable with himself. Trying to see if there's any cameras. See if there's any cameras
Yeah,
out.
yeah. About that storm. So that's a lot of fucking
That's
black
the
and
Imperial
red.
Plan. I want to get more towards closer to. It's not what I want. Well, it's about to make landfall. It's going after Lake Charles. Let's see. Trying to see if I can find. People are still driving out there. That's crazy. It's crazy. People are crazy. People are crazy. Mister, I'm listening to other people talk and other people discussing the storm and people driving across the bridges and stuff, and it was just crazy. I still see orbs and light and dark shadows. Yeah, me, I don't like. They don't bother me as much anymore because they know me already here. So like, they're cool with me.
Yeah, I am. That's cool.
So I'm good. Yeah, it's crazy, right, Paula? Yeah, you can look it up. It's just crazy. PTSD is for real. People don't think that when you get PTSD, that it's just like whatever. No, that shit's real. That's just traumatizing. This hurricane's about to make landfall. This hurricane's about to make landfall at half an hour. Louisiana is like people already losing power,
Yeah,
and this bridge camera is going crazy. It's very windy there. I would I wouldn't even want to be on that bridge because of the hurricane, the strength of the hurricane. Man, it could get your car and flip it out into the ocean. Yeah, not only curfews. Yeah, there's supposed to be curfews in place. Yeah, there she is, Amber. Yeah, PTSD is very real. I have PTSD. I have severe PTSD and depression and anxiety and all this crazy shit. I call it crazy shit because that's what it is. It just makes me more real, I guess. The PTSD is from my accidents and like I have trauma from it. And the weather channel is starting to get a little interesting now. The winds are picking up. Wind, rain is falling. This girl here looks like she's gonna fly away at any moment. Let me see what she's saying.
But I gotta tell you, you can see the sheets of rain, whipping off the building with the wind. Behind me is the Calcasieu River, and you see that water, and the waves are starting to here, and we're watching this very closely. And I don't want anyone to be concerned about us. My crew is actually already elevated. They are up to where I am standing, and I can easily run up these stairs, and we can get higher. And that's what we anticipate doing once that water is going to push in with this storm. And the winds, they die down a little bit now, but wait until we get into that eye wall. I will not be able to stand out here. It'll be absolutely impossible. So things are going to continue to deteriorate through the night. Now is the time that everyone needs to be safe. For those people that stay behind, hopefully that they have, axes and whatnot to get out on their roofs. We saw that happen. Rita, Katrina, where people were stuck and had to chop through and get out onto their roof because the first responders will not go out in the weather once you get those winds sustained. I've heard varying numbers from first responders, but anywhere from 40, 45, 50 miles an hour, they will not be able to go out in the wind. Now imagine how far we are. I mean, the center of this circulation is about 50 miles offshore. Now, as the crow flies, we're about 30 miles to the Gulf of Mexico as the crow flies, okay? If you go down, the river and the lake system that is here. And this system is about the center of it, about 50 miles offshore. Now, what's going to be, you're going to see happen for our live shots is we're going to get into that eye wall. That is the worst part of it. Conditions will go down quickly, they will be intense, and we will broadcast as long as it's safe to do so and we can get a signal out. And then you'll get that eye to come in. Whoever gets in that eye will have calm conditions, incredibly calm conditions. But here's what you have to worry about. If you get that northern eye wall, that starts to weaken everything and, of course, will rip some stuff apart. And then that second eye wall will be even worse because that will then have everything flying twice as bad because you weakened everything with that first eye wall. And even just this rain coming now, pelting my face, it feels like someone is taking a bunch of rocks and throwing it at my face. That's how bad it stays with these strong winds. This will be historic. Seeing a Category 4 making landfall. By the way, I-10 inundated with Rita. Rita's water got up to 9.43 feet. The forecast for this one, 15.6 feet. And portions of I-10 are shut down from the Texas-Louisiana border and the Chapalaya Basin heading this way. So, Jim, hopefully nobody is traveling during this storm. But the problem is that water, it could stay up for quite a while. It's not just going to go up and then go right back down.
Let me ask you, you brought up a great point earlier about people. What's getting crazy? And they have low-story homes. They have to give you a little taste of the Weather Channel.
Yeah.
They're doing good work. I say good night, Paula. Thanks for coming through. I'll be here for a little while. I'm going to be here until the landfall of this hurricane, which is going to be happening tonight. Um, this sucker's going to be tough. Jim Cantori's out. He's protected, he's going to be protected, but it's uh it's going to be a tough storm. It's been a long time since it's been a while since a cat 4 hit. Harvey hit, Texas, but as far as Louisiana, it's starting to hit land. It's already hitting land. The, the,
Over the central Gulf of Mexico with the winds 180 miles an hour. When it weakened, the pressure didn't come all the way back up.
Awesome. Well, I'm just here hanging out.
Well, I'm still hanging in with you, Rick. You know, shit. I'm still down.
People are still driving around. It's crazy. It's crazy that people are still driving around during the storm.
Yeah,
It's just it's good. You know, people are still like out and about, and it's just crazy how people are just not respecting the roads and respecting others. Let's see something here. Let's see if there's any checking out the storm surge, because storm surge is going to be a big problem for the storm. Storm surge is predicted to be anywhere between 15 to 20 feet high. You know,
uh,
20 feet high. I
yeah,
I don't know, because like that's four times what I am. Hold on, let me put this down. It's actually four times my height, almost like four times my height.
yeah,
You know, I can't. I used to swim after the my accident and stuff like that. I'm having a hard. I don't think I could swim. You know, I think I could float. Okay, I should be able to float. Okay, but I cannot swim because of my neck. Just thinking about it makes my neck hurt, and I think that's fucked up. Thinking about swimming makes my neck hurt. It's crazy. I need really good therapy. I need good therapy on my freaking neck.
yeah.
Yeah, this guy's about to make landfall.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, this marijuana is very good. This medicine is very good. It's hitting me really good. Where's my female energy? I asked for female energy. Where is she?
Mm-hmm.
I need a female energy. I'm gonna do a reading for this hurricane. And people left before I was able to do my reading. Mm, these cards wanted to fall, so I think those cards are gonna get read. Those cards wanted to fall down, so those are the cards that I'm gonna use. All right. Mm, good, get it right. You are funny.
Hmm.
Oh wow. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Got the three of wands, ten of cups, and the devil card for tonight. Like for the storm tonight, it's gonna be, you know, like how the natives used to do. Gotta hunker down. Gotta like we know what's coming. It's just we gotta get through what we gotta get through. Louisiana, it's gonna get better. You'll have better days ahead, but at the time being, you're gonna be caged up with FEMA, and FEMA is the devil card. It's like you have to depend on the government, and it's like it's like you're just tied up. You're gonna be tied up, because you got to depend on the government and depend on the system to help you, through this tough times that you're gonna be going through. So it's horrible. It's hor-
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
yeah.
oh, crazy.
I just feel like there's like it's just FEMA's gonna get involved, and it's like it's just weird.
Mm.
Oh man. Let's see what the weather channel says here. We're talking about the storm surge.
And structures wiped off their foundation as easily as Lake Charles. It's going to be more inundation, but there still will be moving water. It's not just going to rise slowly and just be sitting there. It will be moving water, and water is heavy, and when it's moving, it can carry debris and take buildings out. So it just depends on how strong your structure is, Jim. Yeah, I mean, let's talk to people that still have power right now, Dr. Dan. This is what I'm worried about. People that stay behind that may have two-story homes, all right, or have a place to get to high ground. There's a very good chance that water's going to come in to many homes and businesses here. What do we say to people when that starts happening? Because obviously you got to get to higher ground, get stuff that you can now if you're anticipating water coming in, right? Yeah, no. Let's say you didn't evacuate according to instructions, and or you are in a place that wasn't told to evacuate, and you're in your home during this event, whether it's from saltwater flooding, freshwater, or both, and you're in your home, and your life is threatened by rising water. You still call 911. It's just that help might not be able to come right away. You just want to go as high as you possibly can in your home as the waters rise. But this is why we try to get everybody out
All right, so there's the commercial. I'll bring them back on when they come back on. I'll bring it back to the Weather Channel so you guys can hear the broadcast. If you guys don't have the Weather Channel, you can
Yeah,
listen to listen to the broadcast, and how they're talking. And as the system's making landfall, I want to have you guys listen to it. When it's commercials, I'll bring the volume down and I'll talk. But when they come back on, I want to let them talk, let them do the broadcast, because this is
yeah,
important and this is energy that we need to pass along. Um, this is an emergency. It's a state of emergency right now. We have a Cat 4, strong Cat 4, about to make landfall.
yeah. Uh,
Let me see here. Oh man, that's super funny. YouTube, I'm listening to the show. It's more comical than anything. It is.
yeah,
I think the Weather Channel, they have their reporters out there and they're getting positioned because the storm's about to make landfall.
yeah, yeah, yeah. They're going to have to do something
But I will
with
be
that
bringing up the
stranded.
tropic. I will be bringing up the Weather Channel, and when as soon as they come back on, I'm gonna bring it back on so you guys can listen.
Right. Yeah,
They're at the locals at the 8 right now in my area. Crazy. We're gonna get rain tomorrow. Maybe a little bit tonight. I'll be not raining tomorrow. I have to go to therapy. I'm already hurting as it is. Oh man, Louisiana.
yeah,
Yeah, the storm's gonna get really bad soon. Real soon. I'm gonna pull out another card. Actually, I'm gonna put out another two more cards for the storm. I'm gonna pull the top deck and I'm gonna pull the bottom deck. But here we go back to the Weather Channel.
That's a pretty strong statement right there, because that means they will, more than likely, they will not have the capacity to come after you if the water is high. So that's what their fear is, and that's why emergency managers and weather service folks and hurricane center folks work so hard on these forecasts to get you out of harm's way. And remember, we reported earlier in Cameron Parish that 150 people decided to stay behind for this. So, there's a lot of people still out there in where we are forecasting 10 to 20 feet of water, waves and wind on top of that. And this isn't going to be like Rita, because as Dr. Knapp talked about, the winds are a lot stronger here. We're talking about 150 mile per hour winds. This thing's coming in as a bona fide Cat 4, strongest hurricane ever in Southwest Louisiana. Why would you ever want to stay through that? We've gotten good at this stuff, guys, and we're not just telling you to hear ourselves talk. All right, again, kind of keeping an eye out here in front of Bears. You kind of look out into the parking lot. We're getting a little bit of a break from the wind, and it's kind of easy to predict what is going to happen every time we get a heavier rain squall. The winds are going to be gustier. So a lot of that rain actually transports down some of the stronger winds aloft, and they're real strong aloft, especially offshore. Steph, looking at the eye wall on radar, looking at about 5,500 feet up now, we got 140 mile per hour winds. Now, those don't always get down to the surface, but sometimes 80% or 90% of those winds do, and that's certainly enough to cause intense structural damage.
Absolutely, and that on top of the surge as well. And Jim, I want to talk about the rarity. You mentioned this becoming a Category 4. We've never had a Category 4 landfall in this portion of Louisiana. And in fact, we've only had 3 known Category 4s to make landfall in Louisiana, 2 in 1800 and 1 in 1965, and none of those were anywhere near this area. So this is a very rare occurrence. Now, what's going to happen as we go through the next hours? That's what everyone wants to know as we're watching this. Look how gusty it is. We are not shielded at all. This is the Calcasieu River right behind me. You see that water's going to come up. We're watching it very closely, and we're going to be able to get to higher ground very quickly, about 30 miles as a crow flies to the Gulf of Mexico. And Laura will be the record 7th named storm to make landfall actually here in the continental U.S. before the end of August. That is a record. We've had 6 named storms. Let me look at my numbers here. I want to get them right. 1886 and 1916. There were 6 named storms that made landfall before the end of August. This will be our 7th. So it is a record-setting season. It is a record-setting storm. And unfortunately, that means a lot of destruction for people here into southwestern Louisiana. But Jim, it's not just at the coast. And I really want to emphasize this. Obviously, that's where we'll see the most destruction. But people that live in the parishes in northern Louisiana, Arkansas, Missouri, as this continues to go in, it takes time for these to wind down. And it will still have tropical storm force winds that will be taking out power for people.
It's a great point. We haven't talked about that because we've been focusing a little bit on Lake Charles and certainly our amazement with the kind of inundation that's forecast here and the height of the river, going almost twice as high as the record, which is just amazing when you think about that. So that just puts the inundation into a whole different perspective here and category. But yeah, that's exactly right. That's why the hurricane warnings go so far inland. And another thing too, Steph, is there are phenomenal amounts of cattle in these lower parishes of Louisiana.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, there was no way to get them out. So we're going to lose a lot of cattle. There is a phenomenal amount of timber in this exact region that we've often referred to on the Weather Channel, the East Texas Piney Woods. Well, that kind of extends into Louisiana. There's a phenomenal amount of timber up in this area. So we're going to see tremendous loss in timber for the state, all the way up into Shreveport, Bossier City. I mean, even the fact that we can get a Category 1 hurricane moving close to Shreveport with some semblance of a circulation center still left is just amazing to me. And then we got to push this across Arkansas, into Tennessee, Kentucky, Southern Appalachia, Central Appalachia, and the Mid-Atlantic, with a little injection from the mid-latitude jet stream where we could still see wind that could produce power outages. No question we have the chance to have hundreds of thousands, if not millions, without power before this is all said and done. And it will be far away from the coast. So, Steph, again, it's interesting. Where I am, I just want to give folks a perspective of this. I'm a little protected, certainly, at the moment on this side of the Bears, but you're open to the river back there. So you're getting, wherever the atmosphere is bringing us right now.
Exactly. So I'm wide open. Now, this is looking So the sun rose over here, so that's east. This is kind of northeast, and then everything is blowing from basically east northeast towards the west right now, and our winds are going to shift, and that will make a huge difference. When the storm is coming around, the winds will be going in one direction, then you get a different eye wall, and they're going to be shooting off in another direction, and that means the debris will start flying in different directions. We're going to talk more about those threats hour by hour. Your neighborhood, what should you expect? We have it all right here on the Weather Channel with live coverage.
All right. Back to the show, baby. Oh man, I hope you guys
Mm-hmm.
enjoy coverage. It's pretty dicey, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little dicey. It's weather's kicking up. Weather Channel, they're getting ready for this storm to really make landfall. It's almost there. You can see on the NOAA. You guys are looking at the NOAA. We'll change it. Change the view here. Got let's go
All right.
to 13.
So,
Oh yeah, this storm's about to make landfall. It's about to make landfall. Storm's already hitting inland, like the energy. See, it's already going inland, the energy. So this one here tells me it's like right next to land, like literally right next to land, like right, boop.
yeah.
So the eye is about to make its way inland, and about any minute, any like 15 minutes, it's gonna make landfall, and you're gonna have landfall of a very strong Cat 4 hurricane, and it's ain't she a beauty? Man, she just looks such like a Cat 5. It's just she looks so energized, and look at the around the wall. Look how white it is, and look how like energized. This this storm's gonna cause so much damage in Louisiana, northern Louisiana, central and northern Louisiana. Y'all get ready, Arkansas. Little Rock. Don't keep the yeah. Pay attention to the storm because y'all gonna get it too, and y'all gonna lose a lot of power. And this is gonna go to Tennessee also. So and and Kentucky. So y'all need to keep an eye on the storm because this is going to y'all as a tropical storm. And tropical storms are a little, and this was coming from a Cat 4 strong, almost Cat 5 hurricane. Whew. this is this is wow. And the eye, it seemed like it got smaller. Like it got like it's getting like small eye, and usually when it's small eye, that means the storm is strengthening.
Mm-hmm.
That's what that means. Like people like Cat 5 hurricane. That's like breaking news. Like no, it is a major hurricane, major Cat 4 hurricane. Weather Channel's back live here, so
Parts of the Iowa, and we're going to be into this for a while because the
let's
worst
listen
is
to
still
Jim
shooting off.
Cantori
But
and
we're going to get
the
more
Weather
and more
Channel
wind.
talk.
Winds are going to be gusting even stronger. So a large chunk, I would imagine, some Louisiana all over the coast under this extreme wind warning, which is kind of like the look. You're not going anywhere. Shelter in place. You're going to lose power. You may lose cell service. That's essentially what that is telling you right there. And that is what's going on, certainly for many over the next 2 to 4 hours in this region here up in Lake Charles. Now, what's interesting, you're like, Jim, what high wind warning? You're not standing in any kind of high wind at all. No, because we position ourselves in the front to deal with the eye wall later on. All right. So we're protected with a northeast wind right now. But let me take you to the back of LaBerge. And this is what Charles Peak's got. This is literally right around the back, where we were this morning for AMHQ. And you can see, and this is where Steph is right now. She's at the Golden Nugget. I'm here at LaBerge. But this is the kind of weather they're getting as they're exposed to nothing blocking it. They don't have a big, fortress resort out through here to block any of the wind. So they're getting hammered. And believe me, it's going to get a heck of a lot worse before sure it gets better. So, Steph, I want to talk about that. You are going to move out of that area as the water comes in because we are expecting about 10 to 12 feet of water rise, even back there on the river. Tell us your plan. Is it something where you get to go, because you can't walk outside when this thing is ramming, but you're going to go through the hotel and get up toward the front? Is that the thinking?
Okay, right, so let me show you. This is the Calcasieu River behind me. It hasn't really come up. I can see some white caps, which obviously we didn't see earlier. And, the water is coming up, but nothing that is too dramatic right now. But it will. It's just a matter of time. And we'll talk to Dr. Now about the timing of when that water will rise up. Because I'm about 30 miles from the Gulf of Mexico to crow flies. Calcasieu River, there's all sorts of rivers and lakes and whatnot that drain out. And that's going to be part of the problem is the rain coming down, 12, 15, 18 inches of rain coming down. That wants to wash out to the Gulf of Mexico, but the Gulf of Mexico is going to be washing in. So what we've done here is on the back of our hotel, which is an enormous structure. It is enormous, 20-something floors. It is huge. It is massive. It is sturdy. Where we are, there's actually, about 10 steps up to where my crew is. They are safe. In fact, they're very dry. And in between commercial breaks, I go up there. There's basically no wind. So we found this little nook that we could stay in. And as long as we can broadcast live, we could actually probably be in that nook with the eye wall if we can get a signal out because it is very protected. When the water comes out, up, and obviously I'm watching it closely. We have a huge crew here. Everyone's watching it. We will immediately go up these stairs and get to higher ground. So we are very safe and very well protected. For those of you at home who are watching us and are concerned about that water rise, I want to bring in Dr. Nab to talk more about that. Dr. Nab, when can we anticipate? Listen, hours ago, I saw it was already overwashing, along the Gulf Coast. But how about for us, where we're the 30-ish miles inland? When can we expect that water to start rising?
Well, it will start rising gradually in the next hour or two, but a significant rise is in the 3 to 4 hour time frame from now, because it's about 4 hours from now when the center of circulation makes its closest pass to Lake Charles, maybe just to the west of
it's
there.
150 miles an hour now.
Really see it noticeable. It maybe maximizes 4 to 5 hours from now, and then that's all headed into high tide. So the timing is this: you got the center of circulation that's about 2 hours off the coast. Now, in between the center and the coast is the northern eye wall, and that is within an hour from coming on shore. So, Steph, that's why with about an hour's notice, they issued this extreme wind warning for the eye wall to come ashore within the next hour. And then that northern eye wall is maybe 2.5 to 3 hours away from Lake Charles. So you got a lot to deal with, and it's going to be getting worse and worse here in the next couple of hours.
Okay, Dr. Knapp, let's talk about some of these cities, these specific cities. As you're watching this position, and I know they can wobble, and this is something we will have to watch very closely because a little shift this way or that way will make a huge difference in what happens to someone's property. But what are some of the cities that could sit in the eye wall or experience any part of the eye wall with this system as it pulls ashore?
Well, certainly on the northern side, that northern eye wall, Cameron and Holly Beach are going to get the northern eye wall. That is within the hour, and they are the first in line there that's in the extreme wind warning. Now, with the center of circulation going northwestward, it probably is going to pass just west of Lake Charles. So it could work out, unfortunately, that Lake Charles never gets into the eye. You get the northeastern eye wall, you get the eastern eye wall, you get the southeastern eye wall, and there's no break. And I don't know if anybody in Lake Charles has really ever experienced anything quite like that. The eye wall of a major hurricane for a few hours. You've got to shelter like for a tornado. I mean, seriously, we could lose lives if people don't do that.
Okay, so as this is coming ashore, you've got the wind and you've got the water. How much time will you have that combo of the highest surge and the strongest winds, and how long will that surge stay up once the strong winds pass? How long will it take for it to go down?
Well, for it to completely drain, it could take many hours to a day or two because there's going to be so much rainwater mixed in there as well. But trying to to figure out when the highest water rise would occur due to storm surge and how long that'll take to drain. Well, let's take a look first. That it's already 4 feet above normally dry ground on the northern eye wall, and 3 feet or so on the coast down there. But it's only a foot and a half or so of rise in Lake Charles right now. But when you look at the timing of the onshore push, it looks like that we're going to be dealing with the high tide around 6 a.m. local time, but around 2 to 3 a.m. local time, that's when the southerly push will really begin in earnest, and it will last well past the eye wall, passing you past sunrise. So there could be a good 6-hour period there, either side of high tide, where you've got your highest storm surge flooding, but because of the rainfall-induced flooding being added to that, it's going to take a long time for all this water to drain stuff. It could be flooded in Lake Charles for a day or more.
Okay, Dr. Now going inland, because I do want to service those in the Shreveport, Little Rock, even Memphis, up to southern Missouri, over to Kentucky. What should they expect to experience anytime?
Let me say something because they're gonna start talking about flooding. So I'll take over from here. I'll take over from here. Thank you, Weather Channel, for all that. We've got some breaking news right now. Northern Eye Wall is 10 miles from Louisiana's coast. 10 miles. The eye is about to approach. It's about to approach the coastline, and Cameron is a city in Louisiana that's going to be the bullseye, the area that's going to get destroyed. Then
Yeah.
Charles and upwards, they're going to have widespread power outages um, around Shreveport and Alexandria. They're going to have widespread power outages. Little Rock, Arkansas. That's you guys are gonna have like issues. And remember, this water has to go somewhere, right?
You have to figure a lot of flood
Go
damage.
right back to New Orleans. Floodwaters coming through. It's gonna bring more garbage and more polluted waters to the Gulf of Mexico. Yeah, because we gotta remember, there's a lot of oil on these roads, and um, they go through the storm drains and they end up in the water, and they let that water out into the ocean. All crazy shit goes into the ocean sometimes. They just like to abuse the earth, the world, this world. You don't even know what you see, right? But when you've seen a lot, your world opens up. Your own world opens up. And I just feel like my world is really opened, and my mind is very open, and I feel the energy. I feel strong energy, and I'm here hanging out, talking about the storm. Um, my psychic abilities are it's like on fire. It's just
I gotta use the bathroom work. I'm going to mute my
I'll be in his bathroom breaks. That's always that's always priceless. Oh man. I feel like I'm like like I'm the sensei, right? I'm like the master, like the Yoda master, and my pet was asking to go to the restroom. I'm like, yes, you may go. I'm not going to say no. Oh man, Lake Charles, man, you guys, yeah, you know, gonna be problems tonight along both Texas and Louisiana. That's just what it's gonna be. We just hope for minimum loss of life. We want to keep it at a minimum level, and send out that positive energy to those in Louisiana and Texas that are being affected right now. It's good to send them positive energy. I'll even play my bow, my Tibetan bow, because I did a reading already. I know already the storm. I know what's gonna happen. There's problems, but there's gonna be visions. I pulled out the two of wands. I pulled out the moon card and the page of cups. So things is gonna work out. There's gonna be moments of uncertainty, and you're gonna feel trapped and like hell. It's gonna feel like hell, but there's gonna be good things coming along the way. It's just patience, and it's gonna come. And when it's ready, it'll be there for you. I gotta take out the bottom card. Oh, yeah, two of cups. Patience. It brings the love card. Oh my god, Paula's not here. That's fucked up. Damn it, Paula, you and your sleepy. Oh man, she pulled out the love card, and then pulling out the two of cups is the love card. Oh man, where's Paula when you need her? Holy shit! This is like the confirmation. Is when you get the confirmation, you're like, oh shit, moment. That was it right there. The love card. Definitely need to send these people's love. They do right now have a extreme high wind warning until 1 a.m. for Cameron, Jefferson Davis, Jefferson, Newton, Orange, City of Belmont, Lake Charles, Port Arthur. Right now, you are experiencing a extreme high wind warning. Tornado warnings are going crazy on my screen. I'm looking at my television screen. There's holy shit tornado warnings everywhere. I'm like, that's my biggest fear of this, like hurricanes. I was like, if I got hit by the eye, I knew I was gonna die. So I was like, I pushed that bitch down and it didn't hit me. But like the tornadoes that were passing by, those things were scary. Those things were really scary. I didn't like the tornadoes. Mm-mm. I didn't like the tornadoes. But I'm here looking at the live coverage at the Weather Channel. They're about to start talking. I'm gonna go grab me a can of, because I smoked half a joint. I just want to make sure I have. Actually, I got a little bit left to smoke, but I want to give me some Pringles because I got some Pringles, and I was gonna let the Weather Channel talk for a little bit, and then I was gonna come back on here so that way I can get my snack because I feel like I want some Pringles. I got a can of Pringles, baby. Yes. When I went to do groceries, I have to have a can of Pringles. So I got me one can. I think one can should be good. I just gotta like spread it out. I'll buy some more next week. Oh man, my back hurts. Let me go get my can of Pringles and I'll be right back. I'll be back, all right? I'll be coming like, That's right, he went to the bathroom. He went to the bathroom. But I'm gonna leave the weather channel on. No, they're at commercials right now, so I can't leave it on. Oh, I'm gonna have to wait for my Pringles. That's all right. Patience. It's made for me to wait. Should drink the rest of this Gatorade. All right. They got to sell the shit out of these commercials because people are watching. A lot of people are watching the Weather Channel because of the storm. This is how they make their money off of advertising. Tums and just companies with their commercials advertising. Snickers commercial, which is I think is weird. You got Tony the Tiger, Fruit Loops, and I don't know. I don't know. They'll
I used to
just
eat Fruit Loops.
Fruit Loops are. I like eating dry food, like dry cereal. Like I'll get like dry cereal. I snack on. Oh, I should snack on that better.
Yeah,
Now you make me think because I do. I snack on um cookie crisps. You know the cookie crisps.
yeah,
They're like little cookies. Well, I'll snack on that with no milk. I just
dang.
eat the
I used to
cereal.
eat those back
Eat the cereal dry because I'm not a big fan of milk anyways. Sometimes like I put the milk, but I'm not a really big fan of milk. Um um that's my mom's fault because she kept drinking milk a lot when she had me.
then.
She was drinking a lot of milk during her pregnancy, and then when I was born, I ended up not liking milk. True story. Oh my goodness, true story. I ended up not liking milk. I mean, sometimes I would like it, like if it was strawberry milk, like strawberry milk, I would drink it. I'll tolerate it. But like regular milk, like drinking just white milk, no, never. I won't do it. Like that's just to me. I just feel like it's like I just can't. Like with cereal, I'll deal with it. The cereal makes the milk taste a little bit good. But as far as like drinking it, I don't know. Are there a bunch of milk drinkers here? How many people are here? There's nobody here. Everybody left. Man, that's messed up. There's a natural disaster going on and people just leave me. That's crazy. Well, you know what? I'm gonna pull out a card for the people that left. Ooh, this card came out earlier today too. The Emperor card. And that's me talking to them. They should have been here watching, supporting my channel. The Emperor is holding his staff, and it's like what the hell? Nobody's listening to me. You're gonna have to send the Rams out to get you. I'm waiting for the Weather Channel to come back so I could go get my snacks. I'm
Mm,
gonna go get my snacks real quick, and then I'll be back.
all right.
And then I'll let the Weather Channel talk because they talk really
Yeah.
good. So should they talk better than me as far as weather reporting? I try to do my best. I'm not the best. I'm not saying the best, but I just try to you know let y'all know what's up. That's all. Give you my energy and my opinion on things. That's all I can do. Well, the West Channel's back on, so let's go ahead and go back to them.
At what is obviously a horrific situation there with the winds in the direction they're coming in, not blocked by this fortress that is La Berge, getting the full brunt pretty much right off the Calcasieu Lake there, that's back there, and course, behind that, the refinery. So there's nothing really to block the wind. So we're just getting the full force of it, which, by the way, according to Rob Lucido, my buddy with the Scott Woods 5 ton, says we've gotten 64 now in Lake Charles in terms of the gust. Actually, 68. With 70 at Calcasieu Pass and Sabine Pass, it's already been up to 70. 20,000 this week. We know that number is going to go up, and it's going to go up exponentially because of this extreme wind warning, where we're going to get some of the worst of the winds coming in. The eyewall just about 5 to 10 miles offshore. All right, I've left you guys with a little teaser here. I want to bring Dr. Knapp back in because we can do a little rough work with the radar here, Dr. Knapp, to kind of look at where the winds are overhead at Lake Charles, and then go out into that eye wall to see just how powerful they are. And granted, I want the folks to know that the beam angle is at half a degree. So the farther we go away from the beam, the higher you up. And that doesn't always, it never usually points to the ground truth of what actually makes it to the surface. So that's just kind of a precursor. But Dr. Knapp, I'll let you take it and show just how dramatic the increase in those winds are once you get out of that eye wall.
Yeah, and we know some about this with regard to how LoRa is structured because of what the aircraft showed in the last few hours.
Right.
So yeah, what you're looking here are the wind velocities, and it's measured from the radar up in Lake Charles. So and where you get that solid line down straight south from there is a change in the wind direction. You know, it's going away from the radar on the left, it's going toward the radar on the right. And again, like Jim said, when you go higher up, out over the water where the eye wall is, there you're getting, you know, velocities, you know, well over 100 miles an hour. And that's very similar, Jim, to velocities that we got from the aircraft at that 10,000, 12,000 foot altitude. And when you adjust that down to the surface, you take about 90% of that and you get an estimate of a surface wind. And so this is very consistent with what the aircraft were showing. So you see that max velocity there headed toward the radar at 140 something miles an hour. The aircraft got winds almost that strong at 10,000 feet. Now, I think this is probably maybe a little bit lower than that. We'll have to, you know, interrogate that exactly what altitude we're measuring at. But bottom line is that this is a solid Cat 4 with max sustained winds at the surface of 150 miles an hour. Now, it won't be that strong a wind sustained in Lake Charles, but it won't be a whole lot weaker. And the gusts are stronger over land than they are over water.
Yeah, it's just incredible, though, to see the difference in what's overhead Lake Charles right now, because that's real-time data, Dr. Knapp, as you know. So we're looking, you know, essentially what's going on right now as this thing is coming on in, and what is going to, you know, make its way in with the eye wall. All right, again, Steph, on the backside of these two very large casino resorts, some pretty strong winds back there. Give us an update.
Yeah, I am. I just in our shelter. Sorry, Candory. I was just taking a quick break there, but I'm out here now. And you know, here's the thing. We've had a gust to 61 miles an hour. My anemometer that I'm holding, I've been able to get a gust to 33. Obviously, this is unofficial, and you know, you have to go with the stronger gust. You can see how it's kind of really, if you're not standing steady and sturdy, it can really blow you over. Now, Jim is protected by his hotel. I'm actually on the back side of my hotel. He's on the front side of the hotel, which is, you know, probably a 10, 15-minute walk from here for now. But behind me, the Calcasieu River, we're watching this very closely over the next couple of hours, I should say. That water's going to rise up, and then it'll come up fairly quickly. Those winds are also going to break here as we head over the next couple hours. There is the potential that we could stay in the eye wall the entire time. We're talking several hours of wind over 100 miles an hour. That's going to do significant damage to the structures. Chris Bruin's down here. In fact, our whole team, you can't sleep during one of these hurricanes. We got Tevin Bloom, we have Jordan Steele, Chris Bruin, everyone's down here. Chris has told me that there's already some trees down actually on the other side of the building. You know, we're all one big team gathering content for you guys to get you as much information as we can. And we'll be showing that to you on the Weather Channel and also on social media as well. This is a historic storm. There's only been 3 known Category 4s to make landfall in Louisiana. 2 of those in the 1800s. The other one, Betsy, in 65. And Betsy in 65, if people remember that one, is mouth of the Mississippi River and then up to central Louisiana. We've never had a Cat 4 hurricane make landfall in this part of Louisiana. So This is going to be the first. It is a major hurricane that northern eyewall is just coming on into Cameron, Louisiana. It will devastate, absolutely devastate the towns it goes through. The water rise here is it's just tremendous because it could actually be higher than Rita. It's forecasted to be higher than Rita. Rita was 9.43, and right now the forecast for the river where I am here, 15.6. And then of course you have the rainfall on top of that, Jim. So the issue is you get a flood rainfall that's trying to wash out while the winds are pushing that water in. And so hour by hour, we are going to continue to broadcast along this safe to do so. And Jim, we can actually get a signal out with the weather we'll be contending with.
Yeah, and guys, I'm telling you, you're going to be shocked at how fast this water is going to come up once this eye wall gets on shore, once the center comes on shore, which could be actually just to our west. So, Steph, we may stay here in Lake Charles in that eye. Destructive winds and catastrophic storm surge. We will continue to update you on Laura. Final approach into southwest Louisiana as we speak.
Can't wait to tell everyone about AT&T's big 5G news.
AT&T has nationwide 5G?
Yep.
And that's faster?
Faster, yeah.
All right, all right. AT&T selling themselves. Yeah, the storm's getting serious now.
Oh, I can see it right from here. It's moving right up on the shore, isn't it? We got another full
I started
hour.
munching. I started munching on my food,
Mm-hmm.
and then they went to break. I'm like, oh man, I just started munching. I got some dry cereal. I got me
Well, that's
some tricks and some cookie
good.
crisp,
Mm,
and I eat it without drinking milk.
yeah.
I like dry cereal sometimes better than wet cereal. Like I treat it more like
I
a
used
snack.
to, I mean, I still like oatmeal, you know. I like the stuff where you can add stuff into the oatmeal, like fruits and shit like that.
Like I used to love the way my mom made oatmeal.
One day, my mom made a whole kind of pot of oatmeal.
Hmm.
And I remember eating almost nearly
Everybody ate off of it,
three, four bowls of
making enough for everybody.
it.
Just gotta make sure you have vanilla extract.
Yeah, my mom back in the day, she used to cook so fucking goddamn good. I mean, excuse my language, but she used to cook
Hmm.
so fucking good,
My
man.
mom used to make really good oatmeal though, until the stupid packs started coming out with vegetables, like different vegetables and stuff, and I hated it. It just didn't taste right, and then my mom forced me to eat it, and I didn't like it.
Yeah.
See how things come back like memories? They come back like it's like a movie. It just plays, and I can see me like I'm telling her I don't like it. I don't know if somebody study my head. I would like to have somebody study my head because my ability is too good. So it'd be cool to have someone study my head. Like what makes my mind like that, think so much like that.
Mhm.
I don't know. I think the State Farm commercials are getting a little weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, State Farm commercials. State Farm is getting weird. with the commercials. But yes, they're back on. Okay, I'm gonna take a break, so let them talk.
Hurricane. We've only seen three hurricanes in Louisiana at Cat 4 strength. Two of those were in the 1800s. The other one was in 1965. And this is what it's looking like in and around Lake Charles, Louisiana. You see that there's some leaf debris. Chris Bruin is here with us as well. In fact, our whole team is here. No one can sleep when something like this is happening. Chris Bruin said he was out and saw that some trees were down actually already from the storm, and we're still a couple hours away from the worst part of Hurricane Laura, a Category 4 hurricane. We've never had a 4 or 5 make landfall in this part of Louisiana. And like I said, the last Cat 4 we had was in 65 in the state. So we've had some pretty gusty winds at times, and then it lightens up. But it's going to go downhill from here. Not only are we going to have to deal with the winds, but also the surge. I want you to listen to these numbers. The Calcasieu River is behind me, okay? And the forecast is for 15.6 feet. All right, 15.6 feet. The record, it was 14 set back in 1913. And we're the National Weather Service forecast of 15.6. Rita got to 9.43. Just to give you some perspective, Rita 9.43, devastating Lake Charles, and the forecast is for 15.6 for the Calcasieu River, where we are right behind me. That's the closest observation site. Now, this is not just a coastal event. And, our job at the Weather Channel is we want to service everyone. We want to show you, who's going to be feeling the effects of the system. And it's not just us here into southern Louisiana. This is going to be moving in Shreveport, northern parishes of Louisiana, Arkansas, Missouri, by the way, Memphis. We've already had 35,000 power outages between Louisiana and Texas. That's how many customers are without power. Remember, we tell you customers, you can have 4, 5, 16 people living in one house. So many more people than we're actually reporting are without power. But that rainfall, this is going to be a problem, not only here near the coast, because you have that surge when the water's trying to drain out, the surge keeps it up. But look at Arkansas, flooding rain, 5 to 8 inches of rain could come down here. And then as this combines with the front and races off all the way into the mid-Atlantic, here's one of the stronger gusts. You're going to have that wind combination of what we call a synoptic scale system combined with our tropical entity, and that could still bring you some power outages. From Little Rock, I mean, you can see half a foot of rain. Now, there's always people, I shouldn't say people, there's always cities that will overachieve on the rainfall. So keep that in mind. We give you a range so you have an idea, but there's always cities that overachieve. And we will see that. And just an interesting note, tropical cyclones actually have very small raindrops. I just find this fascinating. This isn't going to make a difference in how much rainfall you get. It doesn't make a difference. But what is interesting is tropical systems have very small raindrops relative to big cold fronts that you see. You want to know why? It's because with the cold fronts, the rain that you get usually starts as snow or hail or some form of ice that's much bigger. And then it melts and you get a bigger drop on the surface. When you're talking tropical entities, it's warm throughout. And so that's why their raindrops are smaller. We can go to Jim to talk more about that. And Jim, I know that it's not going to necessarily make a difference, on the type of rainfall people are getting or what they're going to see type of a thing. But meteorologically, it's interesting, A. And also, we've gotten more sophisticated with our radars in determining raindrops and what we're seeing in the atmosphere.
Yeah, it is kind of amazing. Certainly, what those radars can do. They can look at wind speed. They can, estimate hail size. If it's raining in the thunderstorm or hailing, is it wet hail? I mean, it really is amazing, and it's all math. It's all math that figures that out at the end of the day, and a lot of research by a lot of fine meteorologists that went into that. All right, guys, Calcasieu Pass gusted to 83 miles per hour. I think it's interesting that we've got as many power outages Jason, tell me if I'm right or not, as we had 20,000 in Louisiana as we do in Texas. Okay, so 25,000 Louisiana, 10,000 Texas. Sorry, that makes a little bit more sense to me, certainly, with what we've got going on the South Coast, and especially now these gusts getting up to 83 miles per hour. Guys, we are under an extreme wind warning, which is essentially a long-term tornado warning, as Dr. Knapp so eloquently, talked about. And when this came about, of course, was Charlie, when it came across Florida diagonally like a 30-mile wide tornado. The weather service didn't have anything in their arsenal that could kind of talk about this. So this is really going to give people a tremendous amount of lead time as this eye wall comes in. And it is right offshore right now. All right. I mean, you can see where the eye is. This thing, the large eye, over 25 nautical miles here, making its way toward the coastline, potentially somewhere down there in Cameron Parish, coming on in and eventually moving on to north over Lake Charles over the next 2 to 3 hours. Much more to come, guys. We continue to cover Laura. Final approach to Southwest Louisiana. Cat 4.
Okay. All right. Awesome. Just here hanging out, checking out the storm. People, hopefully they're ready for the storm. It looks very scary, very worrying night. I'm letting the weather channel speak for me tonight. I'll let them on, let them talk for a few more hours, and until landfall. Once it makes landfall and it passes some areas, then I'll call it a night. But it's getting good now, so it'll be good to listen to Jim Cantori and all the others that are reporting from the storm to give us a view of what's everything's going on. Mm. Mhm. Okay, well, I'm still munching here. As you can hear me, I'm still munching. I'm just going through other people's streams and looking at other streams, seeing what they're showing.
Yeah, that's just terrible storm right there.
Hmm. Cars are still trying to go over the bridges. That's crazy. During a Cat 4 hurricane.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
People are dumb. People are really dumb. People people are still driving around during the hurricane. People are still driving around during the hurricane. That's crazy. Okay, back to the storm.
Live from Lake Charles, Louisiana, and showing you what conditions actually have been pretty consistently going downhill. This is what it looks like. Our Charles Peak, who's on our team, is driving around, and I want everyone to know, at the Weather Channel, it is safety first, without a doubt. I've been here almost 20 years, and there is never a risk that we will take. So Charles will go in when he feels it's unsafe, when we know it's unsafe. But you see, there's a lot of trees. Chris Bruin is here. We have a whole team here who's reporting there were some trees down actually already with some of these winds that we've seen gusting to 61. I saw Cowfish and Patch was gusting to 82 miles an hour. And you see how strong these are watching us are definitely getting stronger. So I want to talk to Dr. Nab about that. We're in the field. I try to get as much data as I can out here. But Dr. Nab, of course, has all his computers and can do it all and help us out. So Dr. Nab, I actually think things definitely are gustier from even just the last hour. Let's talk about what's changed and how much closer we are to that northern eye wall because we've got to be getting closer to it.
Yeah, so let's talk about where the center is relative to the coast, it's about an hour and a half, or maybe a little bit less, away from making landfall. So here's the coastline. Center of circulation is 22, 25 miles off the coast, still moving 15 miles an hour, so a little bit more than an hour. So it'll be close to 2 a.m. Eastern, 1 a.m. Central Time, I think, when the center of circulation comes ashore. But the northern eye wall is already on the coast there in the Cameron area. And that's why we're getting those reports of that Calcasieu Pass gusting over 80 miles an hour, and it's probably stronger than that now. And then the center of circulation comes ashore, but then it's about 2 hours from the time of landfall till the time of closest pass of the center of circulation to Lake Charles. And I still think that's going to be west of you, so that keeps you in the northeastern and then the eastern eye wall for the most part, and then the southeastern eye wall after that. Not much of a break for Lake Charles, I don't think.
That's terrible. Okay, so let's talk about the eye wall, because when you're looking at this radar, you know, someone sees, I want to say, that yellow and orange, and I want to know from you, being, you know, PhD, director of the Hurricane Center, you know this stuff better than anyone. When I look at the eye wall, would you consider, what part, let's talk about, do you consider the eye wall? Because is it really just right around the eye that you consider the eye wall? Or would you say that, you know, it goes out where we have those yellow and orange portions? That's effective for us.
Yeah. The eye wall is called what it's called because it's really the part that is immediately adjacent to the eye. But we typically talk about an eye wall having some width to it. It's not just the interior wall that you see from inside the eye. And I think what is on the coast right now in the Cameron area is the northern eye wall. But there's banding in between Cameron and Lake Charles that is not the eye wall. And so yeah, the eye wall is a few miles thick. So it's like in a concrete structure. You know, your walls aren't paper thin; they have some thickness to them. And so that's why, you know, when you go through the northern eye wall, it'll be a little bit as the winds are strong. But the problem for Lake Charles, though, is that you're going to stay in the eye wall as it goes parallel to you. And look at what's going on in Cameron, Louisiana. Wow. Yeah, this is a live shot from Cameron, Louisiana, and you know, we saw this kind of look in our landfalling hurricanes earlier this year with the horizontal rain. These are stronger winds than what we had in the other hurricanes that made landfall this year. But this is getting into the northern eye wall of our hurricane. Now, this might not be the strongest winds that the hurricane has to offer, because I think those would be in the northeastern to eastern eye wall, east of Cameron. But still, you're getting the northern to northwestern eye wall, and it is going to be major hurricane conditions there. And steps up this, that's a preview of what's coming your way in a couple hours.
Okay, so here's my question. You know, how long will it take for this to say, let's move past Lake? How long are we going to be dealing with this type of weather, of course, the worst weather, and then the southern part of this? You forget, it's not just that northern eye wall. It's going to be, another 8 hours until this gets past us and then it is, in Shreveport and then eventually in Little Rock?
But yeah, it's kind of handy to talk about it in terms of how long will you be dealing with hurricane conditions. And I think the hurricane conditions for Lake Charles would be a nearly continuous period for something like 6 hours. It is my best estimate. It's moving 15 miles an hour. You've got, 30, 40, 50 miles on the front side, same thing on the back, but there's going to be tropical storm force winds after the hurricane conditions subside, and that will last well into the day. Mark.
All right, Dr. Now, I'm trying to take wind observations out here, and I just have a very little instrument, but I just want people to know where I am. I'm gusting near 40 miles an hour. Do you think this is a good representation of the type of wind I'm standing in?
Well, you've got some obstruction that is limiting your exposure for safety reasons. So, given that obstruction that you've intentionally put in your way, then yeah, that's probably a pretty good estimate of what you are personally experiencing. But if you were to not have that obstruction, if you were open exposure, the winds would be a lot stronger. The airport has gusted over 60, 70 miles an hour. And so, when that starts gusting over 100, when the center of the hurricane goes by, then what you personally experience will be a lot stronger.
And we've just had a hiccup. I don't know if we can go back to the radar. We must be having some sort of band that is rocking through here right now, because this is a significant difference after that than even just, 15, 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
All right, we just got a 72 mile per hour gust. And we will continue to follow through. We have to take a quick commercial break, but we're with you live as long as it's safe to broadcast and we're able to do so.
COPD makes it hard to breathe. So to breathe better.
Back to me. Oh man, all these commercial breaks.
Yeah, man, I hate those commercial breaks.
Yeah, it's okay. Commercial breaks is good. I was snacking, listening to them. I like to listen to them talk. It saves my voice. They're
Yeah.
the ones that are in the middle of it. So I like to hear them reporting. So if other people like to listen without having to watch the drama on television, that's cool too. You can listen to me while you're laying down in bed, and I'll talk in between. And just my voice alone puts people to sleep. And after I'm done talking and they're coming back from the commercials, I put the I put it back up so you guys can listen to the Weather Channel. And they tell you everything, everything. But the storm is about 10 minutes away from making landfall, ladies and gentlemen. 10-minute warning. Storm is about to make landfall.
Yeah, that's some fucking bad shit's gonna happen there. I feel a lot of people gonna die in that storm that's still out there caught up in the eye of it.
You got a 10-minute warning.
Bad shit.
And it's only gonna get worse. The weather's coming down. It's just interesting because it's like, it's Mother Nature doing her thing. You know, that's what she wants to do. She wants to take away people's property, and destroy things. That's fine, as long as she doesn't take people's lives. That's something different. But she's taken people's lives already. This storm is a killer already. Do you guys know that? There was a lot of people that died in Haiti because of this storm, Laura. It dumped so much rain and those mudslides, and people died. A lot of people died in Haiti because of the storm.
Yeah.
So this storm's already a killer, proven killer, and now it's heading to the states as a strong Cat 4 hurricane.
Truth in me is in the house. He says, "So are you trying to change this? Where is this place?"
We're trying to do what?
The truth in me, he said, "Been here."
Hello. Red Channel's about to be back in a minute. This is storm is heading to Louisiana. Storm heading right towards Louisiana at 150-mile-per-hour winds. Barometric pressure 939. Oh, number two, 939.
That's okay. That's gonna be a high category 5. because if it goes up to 165 from there, it's going to sit there and pick up that storm is huge. That hurricane is huge.
Very, very huge. Let's go ahead and bring back the Weather Channel. They're gonna come back now.
And we have a live look at Lake Charles, Louisiana, and things are going downhill and downhill fast. We've had gusts up to 72 miles an hour. Remember, hurricane force is 74 miles an hour. Getting pounded right now. The water, by the way, is still not going up, but the winds are ferocious. And they're only going to get worse as this system is coming ashore that northern eye wall in Cameron, Louisiana right now. That is right on the Gulf of Mexico, which is about 30 miles as the crow flies from where I am going down. The Calcasieu River is behind me. This shot here is showing us an area not too far from where I'm located, but the Calcasieu River behind me, and it goes right into the Gulf of Mexico. Here's a look at Charles Peak. He's on our team, and he's driving around, and he's been giving us these images. But look at this. If you've been with us, we've been going downhill, and the sheets of rain. By the way, if you ever wonder what it feels like someone is taking a handful of pebbles and just throwing them at my face. That's what it feels like. The rain is going almost horizontal. The winds have been picking up pretty steadily. Now remember, we're still a couple hours away from the worst of the weather, and it could be devastating for Lake Charles, Sulphur. We're going to look at all these cities because we could stay in the eye wall the entire time. No break. All right? Our eye about 30 some odd miles across. You get a little bit of a break, but don't let that deceive you. Because from my experience, I've been at the Weather Channel almost 20 years. I've been through a couple eye walls, Gene and I. And what I remember going through these eye walls is you go through one, and it really loosens everything up, okay? And then you go through the second, and there's so much more debris when you're going through that second eye wall, because that first one has really loosened everything up, has caused, debris and everything to be torn off. I'm not saying that the first eye wall is an easy one to go to. All I'm saying is that second eye wall, I always distinctly remember a lot more debris. So keep that in mind. You do not want to go out during the eye and get caught in that second eye wall. Wow! That one almost took me on my feet there for 1 second. All right. Quick check on the water. It's still not rising very high. We're watching it, and by the way, my crew is elevated. In fact, my foot is in a chair. He doesn't have any rain gear on. That's how protected my crew is right now, okay? So we can easily get to higher ground here and move up when we need to do that because we do anticipate water to be rising, and it will be slowly rising and then coming quick. Sometimes you gotta catch your breath and slow down for a second. I want to bring in Dr. Nav here to talk about the wind because Dr. Nav, I was just talking to you, 5 minutes ago, and it is significantly worse. If we can look at that radar, dissect the radar, it's just on Twitter trying to update everyone. Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, all the social media as well. For people. And they thought it was really interesting to learn about the eye wall. And so, I think that here at the Weather Channel, we can give them that expertise. What has changed in the last 5 minutes? And I'm guessing it's just one of those fans getting closer to the high wall.
Yeah, you haven't gotten into the eye wall yet, Steph, but you're getting into the more consistent heavy bands. It's not that you're in the outer bands and you've got a break in between them. Now you're into the very consistent heavy rain, and you're solidly into the tropical storm force winds sustained, and it's not going to stop raining and blowing. There aren't going to be any breaks now. And the center of circulation is about an hour away from making landfall at the coastline. And then it's about a 2-hour trip for the center of circulation from making landfall and making its closest pass probably just west of Lake Charles. So what that means is with the eye wall onshore in the Cameron area right now, you're a couple hours away from the northern and northeastern eye wall being over Lake Charles. But then, because it's probably going to pass to the west of there, Lake Charles might clip the eye a little bit, but largely will be in the eastern eye wall as the center passes closest by there in about 3 hours. But then 3, 4 hours from now, you'll be in the southeastern eye wall. So it is going to be a several hour ordeal in Lake Charles. And, again, the center of circulation is not going to pass by you for another 3 hours, and it's going to make landfall on the coast in about an hour. And they issued this extreme wind warning about an hour in advance of this northern eye wall coming ashore to get people to shelter. Treat it like a tornado. That's what the extreme wind warning is about. Now, currently, that's in effect until 1 a.m. Central Time. However, that is going to have to be extended because about 1 a.m. Central Time, the center of circulation will be making landfall. So, Jim, it's going to be a few more hours where people need to take that life-saving shelter like a tornado, lowest level, most interior room with a helmet on.
Hey, Dr. Navis, we like to do this thing. I want you to call landfall. I'm thinking Cameron, Louisiana. I think we could get in the eye here in Lake Charles, believe it or not. It's really coming north. It's a big eye. So a part of that certainly is a possibility through here. But here's the deal. We just had a weather flow station come in at 101 mile per hour wind gust. Okay? 100 mile per hour wind gust. 101 actually. 35,000 in Louisiana alone now without power. A lot more are going to go down very soon.
All right, we're going back to commercials, and I'm coming right back to me. Storm is just getting. It's about to make landfall. It's about less than 5 minutes or so before making landfall in Cameron, Louisiana. Um, Energy's very strong with this storm. It's be a very interesting night for these forecasters that are out there. It would have been an interesting job for me. I would have loved to have been out there, covering the storms. I always thought it was an interesting job. Just report, talk about the storm, talk about the surroundings, talk about what's going on. I could have been entertaining. Like, oh my god, oh my god, a leaf fell off the tree. The leaf fell off the tree. Oh my goodness. Call it in. We have major conditions right now. We're reporting live. A leaf have just fallen off the tree. Yeah,
Very full right now. It's
yeah, the
close to landfall. Watching the Weather Channel on my TV, and it says Category 4 lower close to land.
there's big explosions right now happening, and I'm looking at other videos, other people, and there's big explosions, big power outages, big outages going on right now. Yeah, it's chaos going on right now. The storm is hitting now.
Yeah. 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 Very nice stuff.
Yeah. Now bring the weather channel back. Landfall is about to happen. It's already 1 in the morning here, so it's that time that I said it was gonna happen. So now let's get to this landfall. Let's see what happens for another hour, and then I'll wrap up the show at 1 o'clock. So we got another hour of coverage. 939. Yeah, because it was 937, then it went up to 939. I was like, wow, what an interesting number, right?
Oh, yeah.
939.
Yeah.
Very interesting number. Dude for me wrote that. Said, what's up? Thank you for coming through. Weather channel's back, so let's go ahead and go back to the weather channel. Let them talk for a bit.
30 minutes here. Winds have been getting stronger. The water behind me, the Calcasieu River, we're watching that very closely because we anticipate that surge to rise up. And when it does so, we will be getting to higher ground here. Now, I want to talk about some of our wind gusts. That eye wall, that northern eye wall is coming on shore in Cameron, Louisiana, and they are getting crushed. We had a gust there of 101 miles an hour. We actually have a camera that we can show you in Cameron. The quality's not great, but you get the gist. I mean, can you imagine, going through the eye wall of a Cat 4, technology is going to be maybe perhaps not the best, but it's enough to give you a gist of what it looks like. There it is for you. That's what it looks like right now in the northern eye wall in Cameron, Louisiana. I know it's tough to see anything, but you can tell that rain is going in the horizontal. That is outrageous. I'm telling you, the surge has to be very high. This camera, nobody's there, just so we have that known. It's a Nest Cam, one of those you just tie up and let it go. But the fact we're still getting that signal is incredible that this is a live picture right now of that eye wall. Unfortunately, here in Lake Charles, Louisiana, we could be in the eye wall for several hours. We might not get the eye. The eye might go just to the west of us, and that is worst case scenario when you stay in the eye wall. We have another perspective to show you as well. We also have a camera here on our building that we've attached to one of the balconies to give you an overview look of what it is like here. There's those winds, by the way, those wind speeds. And Lake Charles, we gusted to 72. And remember, hurricane force is 74 miles an hour. I think we're going to switch to the other camera to just give you an idea of what it looks like. There are some trees down. This is a team effort. No one can sleep during a storm like this. So Chris Broom was out there. He said there's some trees down. He was letting me know. In this area, he's going to come up in a little bit as well and give you live reports, and Jordan Steele as well. But here is our shot. This is from the balcony of our hotel. And that is the Calcasieu River. All right, and you see it has not inundated the area yet. But during Rita, the river got to 9.43 feet. And the forecast for this one, 15.6. And Rita devastated Lake Charles. And so the fact that we're going to see potentially, surge at 15.6 feet, remember, one story house is about 10 feet high. And so you have to put it all in perspective as you're watching these storms come in. And we've never had a 4 or 5 make landfall in this part of Louisiana. In fact, we've only had 3 known Category 4s make landfall in Louisiana, and 2 of those in the 1800s. And then there was Betsy in 65, and you remember that one, but it came in the mouth of the Mississippi. This is wild, guys. Look at this shot right here, and we are nowhere near the eye wall yet. It's going to take probably another couple hours, so you want to stay tuned to the Weather Channel, because when we get in that eye wall, so long as we can broadcast, we don't lose our signal. These days, we actually broadcast via the internet, a Wi-Fi signal. So as long as that can stay up, we will bring you live shots of what it's like to go through the eye wall of a Category 4 hurricane. Now, let's go into Mark Elliott, so I can catch my breath a little bit out here, Mark. Sometimes it really can take your breath away at times. And talk about the timing of this, not only at the coast, but I also want to service our viewers who are the northern parishes of Louisiana, Shreveport, going up into Arkansas, even Memphis. We have the potential because the diameter of the tropical storm force winds is some 400 miles across.
Absolutely, Stephanie. This is a significant wind event. Will continue to be so over the next several hours. And you're right that we may never get fully out of that eye wall in a place like Lake Charles. Real quick, just to get everyone their bearings, new advisory is in, hourly updates here, 150 mile per hour winds continuing as this eye is approaching the coast. And I'll look at some of that wind as we work our way through the coast and beyond. High resolution look at this across hundreds of miles. The eye wall is approaching the coast now, so that picture a little bit old. Here's a better look at it and what we can expect as we work our way through the next several hours. So Stephanie is standing and will be broadcasting for us. The winds are already gusting above 70 miles per hour. We're easily going to continue to ramp that up. Give it another hour or so, 100 mile per hour wind gusts in the Lake Charles area. This will only continue to ramp up towards places like Natchitoches, 50 to 60 miles per hour by 6 a.m., but you'll get 100 mile per hour gusts in that 9 a.m. window or so. This is going to last a long time, continuing inland from there. Just another look at that. Look at the expanse of this wind field. We're talking tropical storm force winds through the whole state, more or less, of Louisiana, all the way through the morning. We could still have a core, Stephanie, of hurricane force winds that gets all the way to Shreveport. It doesn't get there until about noon, maybe 1 o'clock local time. That is a long duration event for so many. This is not just a coastal event at all, Steph. You are right about that.
Yeah. Mark, I appreciate your information. Also, let me catch my breath there for a second. Now let's switch to, I mean, there's so many different aspects of this storm, and I'd like to cover as many as we can here right now. The surge. That water's going to push in while the rain is coming down, and that gives us a really exacerbates the problem because that rain's going to want to flow out to the Gulf. Meanwhile, the Gulf is coming in.
That's why her feed broke down.
Wow.
Her feed broke down. See what's going on. Look here. Yeah.
That is so
Bring it back to me,
fucking
though.
shit. I'm watching the Weather Channel, man. This one is just like a penny storm.
It's crazy. It's strong, crazy storm. Very strong, opportunistic storm. And food for me. Welcome. Thank you for coming through. Yeah, the storm is. Is there another one? No, no. There's no other one. The other one already dissipated. So there's no other one. This one. This one's the big one. It's not gonna dissipate though. It's gonna. It's gonna hang a right turn and it's going to go through the states and then go right back out to the Atlantic Ocean and it's going to continue as a tropical storm. It'll go out as a tropical depression and then by the time it gets back into the Atlantic Ocean, it's going to turn into a tropical storm again. The storm is a strong one. She doesn't want to let go. And then she'll be going to like she'll go to UK. Say hello, mate. You go over there to the UK. Say hi. How you doing? My tablet is charged now. Yay! Paula got her charger. She got it charged. Now she could come on and talk with me. Paula got her little charge. Okay, back to the weather.
Natchitoches, 50 to 60 miles per hour by 6 a.m., but you'll get 100 mile per hour gusts in that 9 a.m. window or so. This is going to last a long time, continuing inland from there. Just another look at that. Look at the expanse of this wind field. We're talking tropical storm force winds through the whole state, more or less, of Louisiana. All the way through the morning, we could still have a core, Stephanie, of hurricane force winds that gets all the way to Shreveport. It doesn't get there until about noon, maybe 1 o'clock local time. That is a long duration event for so many. This is not just a coastal event at all, Steph. You are right about that.
Yeah. Mark, I appreciate your information. Also, let me catch my breath there for a second. Now let's switch to, I mean, there's so many different aspects of this storm, and I'd like to cover as many as we can here right now. The surge. That water's going to push in while the rain is coming down, and that gives us a really exacerbates the problem because that rain's going to want to flow out to the Gulf. Meanwhile, the Gulf is coming in.
Yeah, let me come back.
Yeah,
I have a little issue with the internet over here.
yeah.
No problem. They'll come back. Yeah, storm is pretty wild, you know. Do I think it's gonna hit the UK? It's everything that comes from this way goes to the UK anyways. It's like it's gonna come out through the Atlantic and it's gonna speed off to the northeast. So it might go towards like Greenland or Iceland. Thank you so much, Paula. I'm so happy that you got your freaking tablet charged. My goodness. I feel like that tablet should always have BR charge. Like, oh yeah, but sometimes I forget. Go, I always leave my charger. Mine's always charged. Because I watch like at nighttime, I put it my tablet next to my bed, and I like to listen to certain shows on YouTube while I'm sleeping. Just the sound and the music, it puts me at a relaxed state of mind, and I fall asleep. So I always do that. And since I'm a premier member, of, I like any show I watch is commercial free. So like I try to watch stuff about space and about like different planets and about traveling and all this, all this stuff, but I just listen to it while I'm sleeping. And it's very educational and it really keeps me in like really sleepy like state of mind, especially when they talk about planets.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why it's hard for me to go to the planetarium in Florida. Because we go to the planetarium and then we go in the dome and then they turn off the lights and then you're looking up and it's so comfortable and then I end up falling asleep because they start talking about planets and then I get sleepy all the time, never fails. Always make me sleepy. But man, it sucks that you know you have to deal with this weather and it's Mother Nature. She's doing her thing. She knows what she's doing, and all we ask from her is to please, you can have the property, the materialistic things. If you want it, you can have it. You can have it back. Just spare the lives. Try to spare as much lives as possible because the storm is a it's an overachiever and it's breaking records. So, but it's hitting a part of Louisiana that it's going to be a little tough for a while there. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. Once we start getting the view of the damage, and you're going to see a lot of damage. You're going to see there's going to be a lot of power out. There's going to be no power for a long time. And see how many homes got destroyed or how many homes just disappeared from their foundation. Those are interesting to watch. So I hate when I need to plug my tablet because my charger is in my room and I'll plug it behind the bed so I can't bring it out. Yeah, I know about the charger situation. I ended up buying two chargers, one for each side of my bed, one to go or one to always keep on my bed area. I always have two chargers, two long chargers at
Yeah.
all times. But we do hope that the people in Louisiana and western portions of Texas, or not western, eastern portions of Texas, western portions of Louisiana, you know, we hope that the storm don't take so many lives, but people make mistakes and they do die, and but we're trying to limit it to a very minimum. We know this hurricane is a very strong Cat 4 and a high level 4, and we just ask that you just try to limit the damage and limit the health, and not only health but the people's lives. I know people are going to get injured.
Mhm.
People, hospitals are going to be overrun. They're going to have issues with the virus, but it's this is the first test, the first big test of emerging a major hurricane making landfall, and we have COVID wreaking havoc. So let's see how the response team is going to do with this. and it's just so now it's like a wait and see. 'Cause everything's like, let's see what happens next week and the next few weeks because the damage is going to be crazy. 'Cause you guys going to see uh, homes that there were homes and they're just gone. Like there's no more homes. It's like it's gone. Bye. Like what? Yep. Homes are just gonna disappear overnight. Literally overnight.
Yeah.
I am so tired already. I I said I was gonna make it to one. It's already one, but I'm trying to make it to the landfall of the hurricane. My internet's just acting a little wonky, and I'm getting tired myself. As you can see in the screen, you can see the hurricane. It's making landfall right now. Actually, let me check out um, Mr. MBB because he's doing his thing too. So I check him out, Mr. MBB. Do you know who you're talking to? You gotta go check out Mr. MBB. Come here on YouTube. Go ahead and check that out. Let's see here. My internet, I don't know why, it's just acting a little weird. Hopefully, I can get it working again. Um, let's see. I guess there's cameras. I guess people are looking for cameras for people that are out there storm chasing and stuff.
Yeah.
Let's see. Hmm. Crazy. Weather channel's back. It's at the locals of the
Well,
eight. I'm just snacking here. Snacking. I smoked that piece of joint. I should smoke it right now because I'm about to get off here at 2 in the morning. That way I can go to sleep and just light up my medicine real quick. Ooh. I'll put on the weather channel again to let them talk and let them say what they got to say. My internet came back on, so it's back on again. So as soon as they come back live, I'll let them talk for a little bit more. Landfall it should be happening right now. The storm is starting to make landfall, and here we go.
And Lake Charles now gusting to 75 miles an hour. These are hurricane strength winds here into Lake Charles down towards Cameron. We have had some reports of going 110, and that is where that eye wall is coming in. Our conditions have been consistently going down hill. By the way, behind the Calcasieu River. Right now, we're actually getting a little break in the visibility, and I do see that water coming up. There's still plenty of beach. I'm trying to guesstimate, how many feet we have, but it is. So I'm not concerned about the water at this moment. But 7.2 feet. Thank you. The weather predictor back at work, I believe that's just Arnaldi, saying that it is 10.2 feet. The record is 14. It's forecast to go to 15.6. And for some perspective, Rita is at 9.43 feet. 9.43 feet. And we are not in the worst of it yet, okay? So this is really the beginning of things to get bad before they get even worse than that and before they get even more awful because we're going to be in the eye wall for several hours it seems. Now, these systems, they can wiggle and wobble a little bit. And that can make a huge difference and if, you get tremendous damage or not. All right, that's a big dose right there. That's a big one. And that's probably the biggest one we've had so far. I have had a few that have kind of blown me over, but that was definitely the biggest gust we've had so far. Now, mind you, when we get consistent hurricane force winds, it will turn impossible to stand out here. It'll just be absolutely impossible. We're not breaking the rain right now, but I know that that's continuing. We could have 8 to 12 inches of rain here, and we're going to see even 5 to 8 for those of you. Do you live in northern Louisiana? Do you live in Arkansas? Do you live in Missouri? This is coming all the way up to you and over into places like Kentucky and then eventually into the mid-Atlantic. This is not just a coastal storm, though I know we are focused on that because that's where we are seeing it right now. So your heavy rainfall, your rainfall forecast in Louisiana, there's always going to be those outliers, those overachievers, okay? And those overachievers are going to be jaw-dropped. Look at the rainfall all the way up in the Little Rock, 5 to 8 inches of rain. And notice the cone is on there. And yes, you're going to see that heavy rain within the cone, but look over, to the east of Lake Charles. Heavy rain outside of the cone. And so this is, something they have to look for because tropical storm force winds extend out some 200 miles from either side of the center. Hurricane force winds out, about 60, 70 miles from the center. So that's there we go. Oh. They just keep getting bigger and bigger. That's what I have to brace myself for. And what it feels like, the rain is hitting so hard, and it legitimately feels like rock. I mean, it stings your face, it stings your skin, anything that you have exposed. It really hurts. Okay? Not enough where I need to come in, but just so you can get an idea of like little pebbles hitting you, or maybe little needles hitting you. That's what this feels like. And again, I want to give a shout out to our entire team and give you their names because I'm just the face representing a massive team of people at the Weather Channel that are making this happen right now. 116 is what Matt Jones just told me. They gusted to at Cameron, Louisiana. And I remember we can pull up the satellite. Maybe we can get the infrared, Jones, to show that eye wall. Or the radar, perhaps. The radar, whatever is easiest for you to pull up. That radar will show that eye wall going through Cameron. And I was talking to Dr. Nab earlier about that eye wall. And, it's not just that thin area right around the eye. There is some thickness to it. And so that eye wall is what is going to give you the worst weather. Then you look at your satellite coming in, you see it's coming ashore. Remember, landfall is when that center circulation crosses land. And then if we can pull up that radar, it'd be great to see where that eye wall is right now and what we're experiencing here because we are not near that eye wall. It's going to be a couple hours until we get that eye wall. And heavy rain is going to continue with this. It'll take 4 hours. There we go. All right. So thank you, Joe, so much for that. You see Lake Charles. We are not in that eye wall yet, but it's past through Cameron. And Jim, it looks like Cameron is probably having the worst wind they've experienced. We've seen those numbers go up. I don't know if you heard me. Jones was just telling me 116 gusts we had recorded, but they're about to go into that eye in Cameron.
Right. Yeah, I just tweeted about that very thing, Steph. So you're absolutely right. Looks like they're going to get into it. Do we get a landfall in Cameron? Or is it Holly Beach off to the west? It's all about the jog. This thing is still jogging as it comes shore. But seeing the wind pick up through here. During your shot, I don't know if you saw this, Steph, but behind up in the distance, you can see the transformers tripping. So again, power outages now. I just saw last report, 65,000 or greater in Louisiana alone. So they're going up really at about an exponential rate right now as we get into this eye wall. So all of Cameron Parish is coming into Calcasieu Parish. We probably got sporadic power outages already up in Beauregard Parish as well, even though they haven't gotten into some of the worst of this yet. But it's all going to go downhill from south to north, all along the Texas-Louisiana line. Tremendous amounts of timber in through here. I can't even imagine the amount of water that's sitting down in that low Cameron Parish, down along the coast now. Wind and waves just absolutely battering this area. And then, of course, once you get into the eye, especially around Cameron and in the parish, winds are going to come around from the other side. So for some unbelievable reason, you still have power down there. Guess what? It's not over when it goes calm. You're at the halfway point of the game. You're at halftime. All right. So big time issues down there. All right, Steph. Again, back to you as you continue to hammer on the north side here of the Golden Nugget.
And Jim, we're gusting Lake Charles 81. We are now gusting to 81 in Lake Charles, and you see how we've gone from 72 to 74 to 81, and it's only going to go up from there. We will keep you as long as we can here, and as long as it's safe to do so, we'll continue to be live.
At Bare Naked, granola clusters are handpicked by our very own.
They're going on break again because the storm is about to make some landfall. It's about to get definitely gonna start getting interesting. All right, Paula. Have a good night's sleep. Enjoy your sleep. Thank you for coming through. Definitely um interesting. It's a very interesting night with the system making landfall as we speak as a 150 mile per hour Cat 4 hurricane with a pressure of 938 millibars. It went down 1 millibar, going from 39 now to 38. 98. It's moving north northwest at 15 miles per hour. Storm it has energy. Very strong storm. But I'm gonna be going to bed too. I'm just waiting for the storm to make landfall, and I want to see what these people are going through. People are starting to lose electricity. Surge is starting to happen. Storm surge is starting to happen. Storm surge is actually supposed to get to up to 15 feet. Max it could possibly get is like 20 feet. That's crazy. 15 feet is crazy. That's 3
Yeah.
to me. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Mm.
Because it's
There's a lot of seagulls in the eye. They're saying
damn, those cigarettes gonna be dead and shit.
now they're saying you're saying that you can see the seagulls inside the eye. There's a lot of seagulls inside the eye of the
Well,
hurricane.
being safe.
Yeah, they're stuck inside the eye of the hurricane.
Wow.
Power's going out. Power's going on in Lake Charles. Weather channel's back on. Let's bring up the weather channel again.
Louisiana, where they're just about to get it out. You can see that on the radar. All right, so do we get a landfall in Cameron, or is it going to be to the west at Holly Beach? Because remember, this thing's still doing a little jog, and of course, Holly Beach is off to the west there, and they could easily get it as well. But remember, it's got to be the center of that eye that comes across that point for it to be an official landfall. And that's certainly something that's coming up very, very shortly here. And the Hurricane Center puts that out. They'll tell you when you get a landfall point through here. The big question is here for Lake Charles, do we get another jog to the west and keep us in the eye wall? Okay, so northern eye wall comes in and eastern eye wall, but do we get enough of the jog where we maybe get the eye a little bit here in Lake Charles? That's absolutely a possibility. But the water continues to pile up in many of the rivers through here. And remember, too, the rain that's coming down is trying to get out into the Gulf of Mexico. That's the low point, right? So that's filling up as you're seeing the wind push the water back up the river. So that's adding to the water rise that's coming up and through here. All right, Steph, you've had the shot of the night on the backside of the Golden Nugget there. Let's talk about that and what you're seeing just really in the past. You've had, what, a 5-minute break from you. What have you seen change? Because things can change quick.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, Jim. The wind has been getting consistently worse. There's more and more times where I'm getting kind of thrown off balance type of a thing. The water behind me here, Calcasieu River, is coming up. We still have plenty of beach here, so I'm not concerned about the surge at this moment. But we've been getting rain nonstop here. You see how we get a little bit of a breather, and then it's, hold on to your hat. Literally, quite literally, hold on to your hat. I want to give you some numbers here. Cameron, Louisiana, where the eye wall, by the way, landfall is imminent, and it's the center of circulation, that landfall. 114 at Cameron, we've had 81 here, gusts. And by the way, hurricane force, it's 74 miles an hour. So number 3 for power outages. Almost 70,000 in Louisiana without power. Texas at 13,700. You see how it kicks up like this? Jim, I don't know if you can actually see my shot or not. But I got to breathe up for 2 seconds, and then you get some very strong gusts and consistent stuff here. I mean, we have no shelter where I'm located. I mean, it's literally coming right down the boardwalk, right off the water. My crew, however, is elevated, and my coach has no rain gear on. That's how protected he is right now. And so it's really a different thing. And what's amazing is I'm on the backside of our hotels. They're on the inside. And so I just wanted to let everyone know the conditions at their home, everyone is going to be a little different and see things a little differently.
No, Steph, I wanted to ask you the true test of when you know, you're in that eye wall. Not only does the wind blow you around a little bit, but the rain actually hurts when it hits your face. Are you at the rain hurting your face yet issue? By the way, we just got 8.4 feet
I am.
at Cameron for storm surge. Okay.
Wow. Yeah, I am at that stage, and it's been like that, I would say, for at least an hour, where, I don't know how you describe it, I try to say it feels like someone's throwing pebbles at you, or perhaps needles into your face. But Jim, as I'm watching the satellite come in, we don't have landfall yet, because it has to be that center of circulation. But Jim, things are just going to continue to get worse for us here, like Charles Silver and inland, Jim. We can't forget about people that live in the northern parishes, or even Arkansas for that matter.
Yeah, I talked about that. We've been hitting it very hard the last several days. Essentially, anybody who's in the cone, that's kind of a nice little look at maybe where power outages could be. All right, especially the western flank of that, where we know this thing is still going to be a Cat 1 going into Shreveport, and then northeast of that, wind down, maybe even have a circulation center left over when it enters Kentucky, for goodness sake. And there's really some really incredible things that go on with the mid-latitudes as they start to take in this system, and it goes what we call extratropical. So it becomes a strong low pressure system in the mid-latitudes. And you can actually see the winds ramp up from there. So I'm worried about that once we get to the mid-Atlantic. So Virginia, North Carolina, maybe even southern Pennsylvania. Keep an eye on this thing.
Daddy, what's that big moving house thing?
It's a motorhome, Junior. Modern invention.
Modern invention? We carried our homes with us since like...
We're going on break. Definitely gonna be. I'm just like coming back over here where they go on break real quick. The storm's making landfall right now.
Uh,
Yeah, it got pretty hyped up. The storm is making landfall, so the storm is achieved its maximum. It's gonna be. It's getting ready to make landfall. It'll be a few hours as it's going through the night. A lot of people are gonna get hurt, and it's just gonna be a little hard time. But if you guys want to continue watching the Weather Channel, you guys can. I'm gonna be signing off in a bit because I gotta wake up early in the morning. I got physical therapy to do tomorrow, so just want to give one more round. Uh, the 12 a.m. for the Central Mountain Time. The Central, so 150 still. It's a Cat 4. It's 938 millibars. It's basically 15 miles per hour north northwest still. Storm is making its landfall on Cameron. Louisiana is now it's going to be going up north to Lake Charles, and that's where the Weather Channel is, and that's where Contori is also. So it's going to be interesting watching it on the Weather Channel. I'm gonna do one more round of the Weather Channel, and then I'm gonna call it a night because I'm already getting sleepy.
yeah,
I'm already
yeah,
tired,
yeah.
and I gotta get to bed because I gotta wake up and I got to take a shower and get my physical therapy done. So I gotta take care of that tomorrow morning. But it's crazy. The weather's going downhill. I suggest going to YouTube search and search from search storm chasers. Go under your settings and go under like live. You want to see live storm chasers, and there's a few of them out there that are chasing the storm, and that would make it so interesting. But I hope everyone has a good night. I hope everyone stays safe. Those in Louisiana, why you guys stay safe? This is the last round of the Weather Channel, so you guys can listen.
By the way, landfall is imminent. It looks like it'll be in Cameron when that center circulation goes over. We are not near the high wall yet. I mean, yes, it is. It's getting closer to us, but we are still outside of the
Um,
wind. And this is what it looks like. And you can see you really at times have to brace yourself when those gusts come. I have absolutely no protection right now. Calcasieu River, the Calcasieu River, that was not a good there. The Calcasieu River behind me, hard to even turn and look at it. You know, it's not coming up yet. So that's good news for us here. Say it one more time, Bill. I couldn't hear you. 8.3 feet, Brittany, thank you. That is the river now up to 8.3 feet, and it is steadily increasing. Do we have landfall? Is that what you guys are telling me? Sorry, it's a little hard to hear up here, as you can imagine. It's a workout to stand out in this right now. Okay, so what I'm trying to tell you guys is I have no protection, so it is just that wind coming right down this boardwalk, right off the Calcasieu River. Nothing to stop it. We don't have loads of friction because we don't have buildings, we don't have trees, and so that's why it is consistent and it's going to continue to get worse before it gets better. And unfortunately for Lake Charles, we could end up in that high wall for the entire time, not getting any break in the eye. But what you need to be prepared for are winds like this on the outskirts. Even if you don't go through the eye wall. Remember, tropical storm force winds are spinning out 200, I want to check in with Mark Elliott and find out where we are because I know that landfall was imminent. Cameron was getting into the eye. And Mark, maybe you can give us an update, show us the radar, and where we are with landfall. Of course, the National Hurricane Center will make that official call, but we can certainly have a look at it.
Absolutely. We are getting closer by the second. Calcasieu Pass just gusted to 127 miles per hour. This is a significant event. This is a satellite view, and what we're waiting on for landfall is the center of the center, okay? So the middle of that eye crossing over land. The satellite itself is tilted just a little bit, so you're getting a little bit of a skewed perspective. Changing this to the radar, you can see that we're not quite there. We're almost to the point where the center of the center of the eye, is crossing over to land. Another view of this, getting a little bit closer in. Cameron is now calming, right? You're getting into that center. You're not yet into the center of the center of that. Cameron and northbound through Jennings, through State Route 90, underneath that extreme wind warning. That's a product that should tell you to shelter as if it is a tornado coming through, because that's the kind of wind that we are seeing in that eye wall. Let me turn this on its side just a little bit, Steph, and you can see another view. Those tall clouds are marching inland, and we are just about at the point where the center of the eye moves in. I think we need a couple more minutes. We're not there quite yet.
Hmm.
So, Mark, I think you talked it to me. I'm sorry. Just getting a little knocked around there. And if you saw that radar, we're basically outside of still that eye wall, which is pretty thick. And Mark, I was talking with Dr. Nab earlier about what exactly defines the eye wall.
Yeah.
It's not just right around the eye. It's a little thick. And we are still outside of it, and this is what our winds look like. And we still have a little bit of time. There's that extreme high wind warning, and it's essentially like a tornado coming through. They put those that mark, when you're expecting those winds over 100 miles an hour. And this thing is just like going to be a massive tornado for some people.
Yeah, it's a relatively new product because in the past they would just put out a tornado warning, but it just didn't make sense, right? It's not actually a tornado. It lasts for hours. It doesn't describe what's actually occurring. There are some tornado warnings right now in some of those outer areas. You get all the way out here towards Basile, towards Lafayette, towards New Iberia, all under tornado warnings for fast-moving, spin-up tropical tornadoes. But what we're watching here in that original question from Steph, what is actually the eye wall? Technically, it is that border right between, right as you exit the eye and the clearing and go back into that wall of clouds, that stadium effect of the eye, but it does have a thickness. It's not what you're in Lake Charles yet. Lake Charles, you're in the bands, you're in the heavy rain, you're not quite into that eye wall. It's not exactly that just paper thin. Think about walls of a building. There's some thickness to it. The eye wall is considered to have some thickness as well. So you're through that eye wall, through the northern eye wall in Cameron, about to get into the eye and the calming, and then landfall, Stephanie, will take place after the center of the eye moves in.
All right, so Cameron, Louisiana, gusted to 127. 127 gusts. That is tremendous. Okay? I'm really just trying to take deep breaths sometimes to get through those gusts. But here's the thing. These winds are going to continue to push into us, all right? And it's going to get, you think this is bad. It's going to get bad once we get an eye wall. We're going to be in it for quite some time. So we'll stay live for you here. And remember, this is just not a Lake Charles thing. I'm in Lake Charles. But we're here for all of you. From Baton Rouge to Shreveport, to Sulphur, to Memphis, to Little Rock, and beyond. As this crosses all the way to the Mid-Atlantic, we've got you covered the entire way.
Going back to commercial. We'll do one more round. We'll finish the show at 2. I'll wrap it up at 2 o'clock, and definitely, if you guys could check out I'm checking out the Storm Chasers. Yeah, it's I'm checking out the storm chasers to be in the eye. Is that death sentence? Is this true? The eye, no, the eye's not death sentence. The eye, it gets really common there, but it's just, it's a very strong, like, around the eye, it's just really strong winds. The surge is coming. I'm looking at the storm chasers too, and there's so many transformers blowing up. It's just a lot of people are losing their power. And we'll do this last round of Hurricane Laura. This is the last we're going to be talking about it. Well, not really. I'll talk about it a little bit more, but that's I'm going to be talking about it tonight at 150 mile per hour winds at Cat 4. Pressure 938 millibars, moving north northwest at 15 miles per hour. It's nice. This guy has 6 cameras recording. I like watching the storm chasers and
Yeah, I
listen
should
to
care
them.
what's going on.
It's pretty cool. Hurricanes are scary to be in, to be honest with you, truth. Um, tornado, my house got hit by a tornado. We got hit a few times by tornadoes down in Florida. And a hurricane, I was in Hurricane Andrew. And Hurricane Katrina and so many other storms that I came through. But the strong one that I always remember for the rest of my life is Hurricane Andrew. Katrina was just a crazy storm. She was crazy. She got all excited right before making landfall. She turned into a Category 1 hurricane real quick. And as soon as she got into the Gulf of Mexico, she just blew up. And then she went straight for New Orleans, but ended up hitting Mississippi. But New Orleans got a pretty get hit. Like they got hit pretty bad. We'll do one more round of the Weather Channel, and then we'll wrap up the show. All right, you have a good night. All right, man. I'm gonna be wrapping up the show. So as soon as they're done with the last report, as far as like talking, I'll wrap up the show, and that'll be it. So thank you for watching. I appreciate it. It's a hell of a storm, right? All right, let's go ahead and bring back the Weather Channel.
Oh, we just lost power. We just lost power. All right, guys, coming back at you. The eye wall starting to come in to the Lake Charles area. Just lost power. Got a report of over 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts at the airport there. Not surprising, certainly given what we've got with these winds out here. So no power as far as the eye can see here. We had all sorts of parking lot lights on. We had lights going down the road to LaBerge. Now we are out of power everywhere as far as the eye can see. Now, I know there are generators on in the hotel. I'm trying to look around and see if any of those have kicked on yet, and they have not. But we'll see. We'll see in time. Either way, that's the deal. Remember, we're under that extreme wind warning. So now the worst of the weather coming in. Wind gusts over 120 miles per hour. We had 127 earlier on down toward Cameron. Now, Steph, just about to get a landfall there near Cameron, Louisiana. Did you lose power at the same time we did?
now, dude. I think you asked me if I lost power. A little hard to hear you, but no, we have not lost power yet at our hotel. And what's interesting is Jim and I are just neighboring hotels. We're literally right next to each other at different hotels, and it's managed to stay on, Jim, for us here. And so, again, this storm will be affecting everyone a little differently. The airport is gusting to 97 miles an hour. 97 miles an hour. Yeah, Jim, can we see our record still on? I'm just forget this hat. This is ridiculous. Get the hat too, guys. 104 now in Lake Charles. Here in Lake Charles. Yep, and we're not even in the eye wall, guys. So the fact that we're 104 and not in the eye wall just tells you how bad it's about to get, and that water well coming up because of our wind direction is actually pushing the water out. Okay, pushing it out. So it is yet to really push it up and change that direction. The landfall is imminent. Along the coast here, the National Hurricane Center makes the call, but we can show you what the winds will be like as they come through. Again, remember, Cameron's gusting 127. We're gusting over 100 already here. And we're going to get what they had in Cameron. Obviously, in Cameron, they're right up to the water. They'll probably be a little bit higher there. Probably be a little bit higher than what we get, but you could still get very strong gusts here. This is a major hurricane about to make landfall. Sorry, I just heard some sounds. It was just odd. I just wanted to take a look at it. So we have never had a Category 4 make landfall in this part of Louisiana. In fact, there's only been 3 known Category 4s to make landfall. Wow! Mark, I think we're going to go let you for a second.
Yeah, absolutely. It is tough out there. Stephanie's doing her
Maybe you can
best.
talk about where it is right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Stephanie's doing her best to stand up in that wind. I've got a zoomed in product for you here. This is the radar out of Lake Charles looking at the center of our storm. This is Laura coming in right now. And gosh, it is just about to landfall. I mean, this is moments away, just outside of Cameron. Again, what we're waiting for is the center of the center. Does that mean we're done? Absolutely not. That is just midway for Cameron, and it's just beginning up the road where Stephanie was just standing and getting battered around is in Lake Charles. This is the northern edge of that eye wall and about to come, through the radar site. That's right here. And then you've got a little bit more to go for Lake Charles. So, gosh, it could take another hour or so before the winds actually peak in Lake Charles. And this is a problem because there's a little bit of a jog off to the side, which means Lake Charles may stay in that, in that eye wall the entire time, not get a break for the eye at all. Now, we want to go over to Beaumont now. Beaumont is also seeing the winds increasing. Our own Reynolds Wolf is there. Reynolds, gosh, this is just an unbelievable event for the Louisiana coastline right now.
Absolutely, but what's terrifying is this really doesn't come as a surprise to us. We expected all this to happen, and sure enough, it's unfolding as we speak. One big issue that we're going to have this evening, too, we have a bevy of tornado warnings which could be popping up across the landscape. We have landfalling systems, as you know very well, folks. It's not out of the question to have tornadoes. And the issue we have at nighttime, obviously, you can't see them. And when you form, they're usually relatively small, but they can still be very dangerous. We saw that with the Isaias across much of the Tar Heel State of North Carolina. So, folks, you've got to be prepared. Be in your safe place. And I'll tell you what, if you've got to go to, say, like a closet under a stairwell, make sure that you can crank up the weather channel. We'll give you the very latest. Let's go right back to Mark immediately in the studio.
Yeah, and Reynolds, you're talking about those tornado warnings, so I was putting them up on the screen for you. Let's talk about that right now. We have Acadia, Lafayette, and Vermilion parishes all underneath a tornado warning. That is outside of the extreme wind warning. The extreme wind warning, as I back up here for just a second, is all of this area. That's for the eye wall. Outside of that eye wall, we have the tornado warning for you. This is still a real threat. Fast-moving, spin-up tornadoes that will give you very little lead time. You're seeing several of those in here, right? This is the motion of those raindrops. So the blue and the greens meet up. We have that potential for tornadic activity, and that's why those warnings have been issued. But again, we are moments away from landfall at this point. You see the track there. The center is working its way towards the Louisiana coastline. Laura, a major hurricane knocking on the doorstep of landfall, and so many of you will feel impacts over the next couple of days. We'll be right back.
And it's not 2 o'clock yet. It's almost 2 o'clock. Just the storm's about to make landfall. So I want to. There's high wind warnings going on right now. Things are getting crazy right now. Lake Charles is gonna be getting kicked in the butt tonight. It's looking like it. Man, it's just good thing is that it's gonna weaken. You know, as soon as it gets into land, definitely high winds out there and a lot of rain and people people I hope they're just ready, you know. And then tomorrow we'll see the aftermath. We'll see what happened. We'll see what happened to the coastline. We'll see what they'll be, reporting on it. So I'm sure they're gonna show a lot of destruction and stuff like that. But as soon as I get off here, I'm gonna be going to bed. I'm gonna lay down, watch a little bit of the Storm Chaser, listen to them, listen to the experience that they're going through, and I'm just gonna go to bed because I gotta go physical therapy tomorrow morning, and that's a whole hour and a half of therapy, and I need my therapy.
Yeah, I might listen to some music tonight.
Yeah, I gotta take care of that. But I just wanted to talk about the storm tonight and put that energy out for those individuals that are out there in
It's warm.
Louisiana and Texas and those in Arkansas that's going to be dealing with this craziness. It's a lot of craziness happening, and oh man, just you just wish it would get better, right? 2020.
Yeah,
Who would have thought 2020 was going to be such a wild time, a wild year, very wild. And the thing is not even over yet. It's just going to get wilder.
yeah.
Yep, it's just going to get wilder, and things are just going to get weirder. You know, just waiting for those for Washington to disclose more of those information, release more information. But let's give it one more time for the Weather Channel, and I'll be wrapping the show up at 2 o'clock.
All right.
Scattered around much of the Gulf Coast, of course, in much of Louisiana and here in the state of Texas. Now, Jim Cantori and Stephanie Abrams, if you've been watching our coverage, you know very well they are in Lake Charles. They've been outside braving the elements, but right now conditions too dangerous. They've actually moved inside. We have some images you can see. The camera crews are well protected, and now Stephanie and Jim are doing the same. They've been seeking shelter. We do practice what we preach here on the Weather Channel, and we've got full team coverage for you. Of course, out in the field, great people behind the camera in our control rooms and the newsrooms, giving you the information that is critical, that is crucial to you, your friends, and your family as we go on through. No surprises what we've seen. We expected this to happen, but I'll tell you, still some of the numbers are staggering. You hear the numbers? I'll tell you. And the landfall at this point, it is imminent. It is going to be coming on shore again, a major hurricane. We're talking a Category 4, history in the making as it makes its way on shore. And remember, folks, the story does not end right at the water's edge. It's going to continue. And with fast momentum, this system could be making its way all the way inland to places like, get this, Shreveport, Louisiana, well inland, but still with the power of a Category 1 hurricane. Now, the very latest, for expert analysis, let's bring Mark Elliott for a moment. Mark, this is an absolute beast. Hard to believe that just a few days ago, this thing was off just the tip of Cuba. We have landfall. Let's go to Mark right now. We have it confirmed. We have got it confirmed to the south. Landfall, Hurricane Laura, moving on shore.
As of the 1 a.m. advisory, we have a landfall, makes landfall near Cameron, Louisiana, and all of the impacts that we were worried about are happening. Catastrophic storm surge, extreme winds along with extreme wind warnings being issued, flash flooding is happening, tornadoes are potentially happening. There's been tornado warnings issued. It is all on the table right now. A very dangerous event. Please, shelter if you're still in here as if there is a tornado coming through. That is the best advice that we can give you. Again, 1 a.m. official observation and official, update from the National Hurricane Center has put this as a landfall in Cameron, Louisiana, still 150 mile per hour winds. Let's look at this from a couple of different views here. We have the white line now crossing onto the coast. That is the Cameron area right there. Look at this. You can see just all the fury rotating around this eye, and that's where the Lake Charles area is still about 30 miles north of the center. You can see the views of Lake Charles on your screen right now, but the satellite is showing us, gosh, you are in it. You are in that mix and only increasing from here for the Lake Charles area for the next few moments. Will you get a break? Will this part of the calm center of the eye actually get into Lake Charles? That's still a question. There's a little bit of a wiggle happening off to the west, which may prevent Lake Charles from ever getting into the calm. You may go directly from the northern eye wall to the eastern eye wall and stay in this mess for hours on end. That is a very frightening prospect. Shifting winds of just gargantuan, numbers here. Again, Cameron gusting to 121 or so, Lake Charles gusting to 104. We've seen some 127s. Our own Jim Cantori is in Lake Charles right now. Jim, we are going to see these winds continue to increase for you now that landfall has happened outside of Cameron.
Yeah, and we're starting to get into that eye wall now, Mark. So with that, just before landfall, actually, it was really interesting. We lost power here. There was plenty of light to look behind us now, but now we've actually lost power. Remember, I've always been on this kind of protected side of L'Auberge. For some reason, we've always had some kind of northeast wind component that never has allowed it swinging around. But as you're talking about, if we get in that eastern eye wall, the winds have got to go south, all right? And that means they're going to come in from this direction. And they're going to come in hard. Do we get into the eye wall? That's a big question. Obviously, we'll wait and see because this thing still kind of wobbles. There's so much momentum and mass moving with this thing. It does wobble even after a little bit of landfall through here. And sometimes that wobble makes all the difference in the world, Mark, as you know, getting in and out of the eye wall. It's kind of interesting. The rain seems to have subsided a hair for some. So maybe there's a little bit of a break before we really get into the hammering part of that eye wall. But, we're obviously set. I got my camera in back under everything. We'll come out here and give you what we can. But right now, the winds, at least where I am, not super strong, only because I'm protected. We know we've gusted here in Lake Charles over 100 miles per hour, okay? And that's why we're seeing massive amounts of power outages. Now I think getting up around 100,000 customers just in Louisiana alone. We've had very high water, waiting for the water to come up at the Calcasieu River. We'll see what happens with that. That's forecast to go to 15.45 feet, which is almost, goodness gracious, it's nearly double the record that they set at about 9.5 feet. So that's pretty incredible there, Mark. Again, gusting over 100 miles per hour here, no power, at least where we are here at L'Auberge. We'll keep you posted. Let's go back to you in the studio as you continue to analyze this. A 1 o'clock landfall from what we're hearing from the Hurricane Center, 1 o'clock Central Time. Over to you.
Yeah, and you're right, Jim, that you are in a little pocket, and I mean a small pocket. Get ready for that rain to come right back in. What Jim was referencing, we had this band come through, and Jim and Stephanie were out there talking to us. They were inside some of this real heavy rain in here. There's a little bit of a window right in this zone that they are standing in at the moment, and then after that comes the meat of the northern eye wall. Once that comes in, the Lake Charles area is going to be in it for quite a while. Let's talk about where those winds are right now, because we're getting close to Lake Charles with the hurricane force winds, the tropical storm force winds now reaching all the way into portions of central Louisiana, 205 miles away from that center. This is a large storm in that way, and so that large amount of wind is moving the water. The storm surge potential is high, embedded tornadoes, tornado watch all the way until the morning. And so what you're looking at here is the actual motion of those raindrops. And since we're so close to the radar site, this is the radar site, we're getting a real good look at that eye wall at this point. Remember, the landfall happened outside of Cameron. Look at some of the winds just aloft as seen in the eye wall, anywhere between 130 to 160, a little bit off the deck, but really, Jim, not that far up. And so some heavy rain is going to push that all the way down. And Stephanie, you've been standing in that at times. Get ready. There's more of that wind on the way. The heavy rain is going to push that all the way down to the surface towards you.
And I can hear it. I can hear it howling up through the rafters up in through here. We're up 23 stories, not where we are, but certainly some of the building, and I can just hear it howling through there. So not surprising, Mark. We're going to so we're starting to get into that heavy rain you just talked about. So that brief break is now over. So here comes the rain again. And interestingly enough, too, like I said, right about the time of landfall, we got just enough wind, about 100 mile an hour in gust to kick off the power in and around here. Mark, I want you to do me a favor, take a look at the river gauge. I want to see how this water is really supposed to be coming up pretty quickly here at the Calcasieu River. If you get a chance to do that, because obviously while I'm out here, I don't have any data, but that's another thing too, because now we're getting this maximum surge potential up here toward Lake Charles. All right. So we got Steph back. I think she's moved position, got into a little bit of a safer position. Steph, talk to us. Where are you? Where'd you move?
Okay, then, so essentially I just walked up the stairs to the closer to my crew and closer to some protection. As I mentioned at the Weather Channel, it is safety first. It's always been like that. And standing out there right now, it's just not safe. We had a gust of 104, and we're nearing the eye wall. We're not even in it. And so you get a little low like this, but overall, the wind, I literally tried to walk down there, and sorry, I know I'm not in a light. That's why my photog, I can tell, is like, I can step down a couple steps. I'm still fine right here. I'm good. Are you good? Okay. We want to make good TV for you guys, but we also want to be safe. I can tell my photog was saying he couldn't see me. I just pulled out a cell phone light, was trying to light me with that, just so you know what's happening. So I just walked down a couple steps. But the problem is that there's no protection down there. And so I tried to walk down there and, kind of pushed off to the side. And so we want to bring you the shot, but we want to do it safely. And so, Jen, the fact that there's no protection down there, just going to hang on the steps so you can still get the experience and still see it, but we're going to do it safely.
Hey, Steph, give me 1 second here. I'm just going to go put a helmet on. I'm around a lot of trees, and I really don't feel like getting wailed on the head. So I'm just going to put a helmet on out here. I'm standing out here. So just take it for a second. I'll be right back out there with you, okay?
Okay, so you do that. So I'll we're fine with everyone. We are fine. We are totally fine. Everything's okay. Okay? Everything is fine here. So that's why we didn't want to stand far down on the stairs, okay? So everyone is 100% okay here. There's nothing to worry about with us. So look at that wind picking up, guys. Again, let me look at the radar here on my phone. I can get a look at the eye wall. We're inside, guys. We are inside. I promise you, we are inside. We are inside. We're fine. So Jim, we just had, a little debris come down here, but we're fine here. And we've scooted back, so everyone is fine and safe. And we're getting near that eye wall.
Yeah, and I can hear it, Steph. It's just roaring out here. Of course, it's pitch black. You can't see anything, but I can just absolutely hear it roar. We're just in enough of a protected space here to not deal with the wind, but it'll be really interesting to see what happens, when the eye goes to our west, okay? Do we get into that eastern eye wall? Do we get into those severe gusts? But I went and grabbed a helmet, too, because you and I have been out here enough when we start smelling all the wood, we know there's like trees coming down everywhere being snapped. And of course, with 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts, they're flying through the air, and you can't see anything right now. There's no power. There's no nothing. So no sense in getting impaled by something out here in the head while this is all going on. But you can really hear the ferocity of this wind, especially higher up, which is typically where we get some of the stronger wind gusts in through here. And they are absolutely cranking. So again, guys, if you're just joining us this morning, we've had a landfall. Hurricane Center, 1 o'clock local time, Cameron, Louisiana. We had wind gusts over 125 miles per hour there. Deep into the Cat 3 area, certainly with what we got with wind gusts, almost Cat 4. And no question, the worst of that is now to come for Lake Charles. We're just now on the outer fringes of that same part of the eye wall that's already moved through Cameron. The big question is, do we get the calm like Cameron? And that may or may not be the case. It all depends on potentially the last-minute wiggle off to the east. And you'll know it if you're watching us, because you'll essentially see, if we still have cell, we could lose cell as well. But if we can show you that, you'll see it calm down. You'll see it calm down everywhere. You'll even hear the noise be reduction if we get into the eye. It's kind of eerie, to be quite honest with you. There's just an incredible calm. I remember being an Ike back in 2008 with Steph, interesting, when up in Galveston, when there was smoke from fires that got moved in with the eye. You could literally hear birds and even crickets. I mean, that's how calm and eerie it was. All right, so Steph, talk to me about, you moved from the back to the front. Are you outside? Are you looking outside? Give us an idea of what you're seeing right now. Can you see any trees down at all?
So we cannot see trees down. So what we've done, Jim, is we're in a solid concrete structure, and the lights came back on. The lights were going on and off. We have actually tucked back into our concrete structure. You can see our shop there. We're all back in the corner, and I know it's tough to see now because we really don't have light. We're trying to get that for you guys, but of course, safety first. And let's see what's happening here. We have some guys that are, looks like they're trying to do a little scoring there. But we are tucked back. Actually, I can't feel any wind right now. That's how tucked back I am into the corner. I mean, literally zero wind where I am located here in the corner. We can give you a little shot here. We're back in the corner here on this huge concrete building. And you see, this is where I was going down the stairs and whatnot. But we're just going to stay tucked back here so that everyone can be safe. And literally, I'm wind-free. I mean, you can see nothing's even blowing on my face or anything. I mean, we are so tucked back here in this corner. So, Jim, that's where we are. We're tucked back in this concrete corner, but we're nearing that eye wall, so it's going to get a lot worse here. And our power went out and came back on. I do know they had generators, so I don't know if perhaps a generator, powered up, and that's why we got our power back here. But watching, look at the roof of that little hamburger hut, which is where we were at, and look at the shaking of those lamps. Those are going to go at some point. Look at that wind. Wow. All right, you can hear stuff breaking, which is what we anticipated. All right, I can hear Jim say the wind's coming around, but we are definitely getting into that eye wall. We're going to have this for a while. And this is when the damage, Jim, is really going to start happening right now.
Yeah, and that's what it is. This is why we have the extreme wind warning that's out. Okay, this is the Weather Service saying, look, you essentially got the wind equivalent of a tornado that's going to move through, and they've extended this too from to 3 a.m. Local time. So until 3 a.m., that extensive wind warning. So we'll go through this eye wall here in Lake Charles, and that does include us here and what we're going to get in terms of the wind. Water's coming up, guys, as we speak. We got rainwater coming down. It's trying to get down to the Gulf of Mexico. Of course, at the same time, we're getting that push. We're getting that push with the eastern part of the eye wall right now. So we've had a landfall. Again, guys, 1 o'clock from the National Hurricane Center, talking about Cameron in Louisiana. Interesting enough, Jonesy just told me they're actually gusting to 39 miles per hour in the eye, which I think is really interesting. So maybe not a clean eye here. This could be good. This could be a sign of weakening, but still, we got a long night ahead of us. This is a powerful hurricane.